What's going on, y'alls? Look here, with the words, I'm a wizard. Yeah. Welcome back to the Solomon Project, y'alls. If you didn't know, if you had no idea, it's not how much you make, it's how much you keep that counts. Yes. Spoken by your host, Richard Burns. It is not how much you make, it's how much you keep that counts. Keep that in mind, y'alls. Y'alls, keep that in mind. The money comes in. If you got a job, if you got a business, the money comes in. Now, with that money, and we're talking about people who live in Jackson, you're back. Yes. What's that? Yeah, you're the first one, man. Yeah, I can read the comments out loud. You want me to do that? I'll read them out loud, man. I'll read them out loud. Money comes in. You got a job, money comes in. Hey, Professor. Oh, yeah? What are you making for the hubby? Snake soup? Yo, listen. Why? The average woman is scared to death of snakes. The average woman. But I mean terrified of snakes. And there you were. You had two serpents on your neck. Oh, beef tips. Ooh, he's eating good. Butter. Jackson wants butter. Butter. Yeah. No, let me tell you something. That's not what it looked like. It didn't look like you were conquering anything. You didn't even look like you were afraid of that. You didn't. So you put on a really good act. If you were afraid, you put on a really good act. So Jackson has money coming in. Our boy Jackson Bieberlake. He's got money coming in. Could be from a job, could be from a business that he has. Wherever it's coming from, it's coming in. So what happens once it comes in? Okay, you got obligations, right? You got responsibilities, right? Snakes scare you. Oh, he thought you were lying? I'm trying to tell you, Professor, you did not look scared at all. You need to go to Hollywood because you're a hell of an actress. Because if you were scared, no way, no way I could tell. I'm pretty sure if I asked the whole world, everybody on planet Earth, they would say, who's she kidding? She ain't scared. Scared of what? She said so herself. She's scared of snakes. Oh, didn't look that way. I'm definitely afraid because I got a lot of inappropriate things to say about butter, soda, candy stores, and ice cream. Well, my friend, wow. So your cousin is that ugly that he could play Ronald McDonald? Wow. Oh, but he's not scared of snakes. Well, let me tell you something. While you're playing with snakes, Jackson, you got that money flowing in. You live here in the United States, the vast majority of people got money coming in through a business or a job. More than likely a job, because most people have jobs. Okay. And you have to take care of your obligations. You got to take care of business. Okay? You got to take care of business. So What happens after you take care of all your obligations? What happens after you take care of all your business? Where's your mind at? Because this is the critical point. Oh, you saw that? That's a critical point. Do you have some money left over? Where's your mind at? Did you grow up in this country? If you grew up in this country, you got bombarded with marketing. Marketing to go all up in your pocket. All up in your pocket. All these people in the upper tiers of our society, the billionaires, the multimillionaires, some of them are transactional individuals. That's not a good lot, because a transactional individual, they will take from you and not even consider whether or not you get hurt or not. To them, that's your business. If you can't figure it out, that's your business. If you fall for my lies, if you fall for my deception, that's your business. That's not on me, that's on you. Although I say, yeah, part of it is on them. Part of it is on them. Yeah. However, hey, Daniel Barry, happy Sunday. So, yeah, part of it is on you, but part of it is on them. They step to you with this picture that they paint that gets you all amped up and excited. However, do you stop to think for 1 second? Wait a minute. What are they talking about? Can we, is there some way to kind of analyze what they're saying? Because their focus is to gain more power, not for you to get better. They say stuff like that because they know you'll fall for stuff like that. They come at you like they're your friendly neighbor. See if you lower your guard. See if you open the door and let that vampire in voluntarily. And what they have in their favor are years since you were a child of getting bombarded with marketing. And the marketing is crazy because there's a message that goes into your subconscious mind to make sure you go and browbeat somebody who's resisting these messages. It's implanted. It's implanted in the marketing. Listen, I used to use marketing tactics. I used to. When I was a stockbroker and I had a client, I was trained to get you to sign on that dotted line, get you to come over to our brokerage. Don't worry, we'll take care of you. We've got professionals with a proven track record. Oh, wait a second. You didn't bother to ask what kind of track record? You just ran with, oh, proven track record. That's it. That's all you heard. That's all you understand. I got you. You're mine. Yeah, because our staff members have a proven track record. It might have been a lousy track record, and it's proven. It's a proven track record. Well, you ran with that. Now you're impressed, and you think, wow, maybe I gave you the whole spiel about. I'm skipping. I'm skipping Jackson. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. I am for real. Listen. So that marketing is embedded in your head, and then okay. How long before you get out of work, Brandon? Like 30 minutes? Well, in any event, it's in your subconscious mind. So when certain words are combined together, oh, you're boiling taters, huh? Wow, Professor, you got it going on. You're boiling taters, you got it going on. So the message is in there. When certain words are said or certain combinations of word are said, you get an emotional response. And because I'm trained, I know what type of emotional response you're going to have. And that's when I grab you by the hand and lead you down to the path of you coming on board and signing on the dotted line. It may not be all bad, but there might be something better. I'm not going to encourage you to go looking at better because better means less profit for me. So, no, the professor's in the house.
Hello.
Hi,
Oh, it
Professor.
works. Oh, it works.
Yeah, yeah. You
Stupid microphone.
listen. Beat that microphone up, and then put a snake in there instead. A snake microphone. Okay.
I'm telling you, I have a fear of snakes. That's
No,
why when they kept coming towards my face, I'm like, please don't bite me.
that's what you were worried about. The bite.
Yes.
They're not poisonous.
But their fangs hurt though.
They might hurt, but it's that constriction.
Oh yeah. Because that
And they
one,
were,
the male was constricting.
aha, and they were around your neck.
That's what I mean. That male was trying to constrict.
You know what I found out about those constrictors? This blew my mind.
What?
Where's your mind at? Is it encased in your head? Because it's about to get blown.
What?
I don't want it to fall on your hubby's meal. Look,
Okay.
when the larger snakes constrict, they're not trying to suffocate you. Did you know that?
That makes no sense. That's what it seems like they're doing.
Nope. They are stopping your heart from beating. That's how powerful the constriction is. They're
Oh.
trying to compress your body to the point where your heart no longer beats.
Now the white and yellow snake, the girl, she wasn't trying to do that. It's when the male snake came along that he started. I'm like, oh, you got to go.
Yeah, yeah. I think in Connecticut, I don't know if it was a male snake, but they constricted. This guy owned the snake. It was like I think it was a 230-pound snake.
Yep,
230 pounds. That's a man.
yep,
And that thing had half his arm down his throat and constricting.
yep.
Man, listen.
That was a one and done for me. I just need to
Well,
conquer
thank
that fear.
God.
Well, yeah,
How
because
do you
I
feel
don't.
now?
I'm all right. Yeah, I mean, Emily was pretty chill. The white and spotted snake, she was pretty chill. She wasn't constricting. She was just moving around and comfortable.
Yep.
But
But that male,
that male, no, he wasn't playing. As soon as I got him, I'm like, oh, you got to go.
oh yeah. Another thing I found out about snakes or snake owners, if you wake up, because sometimes they let their snakes sleep alongside them, but if you wake up and they're stretched out along the side of your body,
Yep,
they're
sizing you up.
yeah, they're setting you up to eat you.
Oh yeah,
If they're coiled, that's one thing.
yep.
But if they're all stretched out, yeah,
They're trying to figure out. That's why they'll stop eating because
here's
they're
my
trying
next
to.
meal.
Yep, people are
Yeah, no, I'm all
ignorant to
set.
that. Yeah, people are ignorant. I would never have one as a pet, and some people were trying to be friendly and sell them. I'm like, no, it's not
Nah,
coming back. That's I got a cat.
I'm not
It's,
down. I'm not down with the. Nah, I'm good.
y'all just all had visceral reactions to it, and I was shocked. I thought y'all would be fascinated.
Well, no, because I know that I know how the average woman feels about snakes.
Oh, I don't like them, and I didn't know he
Right.
was gonna pile two on me. But I guess he was trying to promote his business, and because I took a selfie with one, and I told him I'd put it on my channel. The other snake, the male, just came out of nowhere. I'm like, oh, I'm starting to feel the weight of these things. He gotta go.
Was he heavier?
Oh yes. He was moving too fast. I'm like, nope. But Emily, the other one, she was just comfortable, just sitting there
You're
chilling, like she had
I-
been fed or something.
like I find it interesting that you were on a first name basis. Yeah.
Okay, clearly the snakes made y'all uncomfortable, so you might want to avoid my
Oh,
videos at the end of the week.
no, no, no. Uh, it was just it was your reaction. Your reaction threw me off. I thought you were a snake person. Really?
No, I'm not. They scared the crap out of me, and my purpose of holding one was to conquer that fear of. And I was good until he put that male snake, and that sucker started to constrict. I said, "Oh yeah, you can take him off." I said, "Okay, maybe this is not." I just didn't want to scream because I didn't want him to bite me.
Me neither.
That
I'm
was a
looking
one
at
and
you.
that's a one and done though. Now
No,
he
that's
had
not.
an even bigger one that you could hold for 30. I said, "No, that's the ones that can actually kill you. I'm not interested in being a meal."
Yeah.
Those were the $20 snakes that you could hold with a selfie. He had a big old fat $30 one that takes several people to hold. I'm like, nope.
No, that's. I was looking at your face. Look at this. Look at this woman right here. She ain't even she. Oh, she's a snake lover. Look at this.
No, I had to clear the air about that. Nope, I really didn't know he was gonna pile two of them, and I was ambivalent about holding Emily, and then he put Fernando on me, and then I'm like, oh
He convinced you to do that?
no, he came out of nowhere with Fernando. Now
What?
Emily, yeah, Emily, I wanted to hold, but I looked up and Fernando, like, oh, he was giving me my $20 worth. So then it's like
It looked more.
we got a bigger one for $30. I'm like, no, that's the one that can
What?
be. Yeah, that was the bigger one for $30.
What do you mean the bigger one?
Yeah,
This
those were medium size.
what? Oh hell no.
Okay,
Okay.
clearly y'all are not feeling the snake, so that's probably something I'm not gonna do again. I just
No, you
thought
could. No, you could
maybe
do it. You could do it, but I was thrown off by you. You're the
why?
one that threw me off because you were so calm and casual about it. I'm like, wow, okay, that's her thing.
Yeah, because another animal scared me after the snake. There was a pet
Huh?
zoo. And there's this one cow that was just getting aggressive. He wouldn't let me feed the capybara. He was stealing my food and come. I'm like, this animal is just scaring me.
Which one? The you said a cow?
Yes. There's like a baby cow, like a male calf or something it was a petting zoo. I'm gonna
Yeah.
download those too. Yep.
Whoa.
Most of the snakes were like if you put two of your pinkies together, that's how big they were. They
Oh,
were
most of them.
babies. Yeah, most of them.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hold the babies, but took a lot of footage of them.
Yeah. No, the baby snakes. But the ones you put on your neck, they were sizable.
Yeah.
They were sizable enough.
Okay. I thought that was gonna fascinate everybody. I didn't know people. I mean, Hook It Up Homestead wasn't trying to hear, and I know. Wait till DeAndre see. He really gonna
Oh my
freak
lord.
out.
I don't know.
He
He
ain't.
might like that
No,
butter.
I don't think he likes that type of butter. I don't.
No.
I think he ain't gonna like that.
Let's see when he reacts because he hasn't reacted yet, right?
Yep. I'm like I was looking for him to react, and he hasn't.
Let me tell you something. These people, well, it's just like everything else.
Right.
People just don't learn their lesson. These people that are trying to own these wild animals as pets.
Yep. Just like that kangaroo that was there too.
There was a kangaroo there, a baby one, I hope.
Yep. Named Winston. I'm like, and the thing is, I know about kangaroos. You don't want to
Oh, you
own
know,
one of those. Yeah. You don't want no kangaroo as a pet. You need to go look them things up. Cause
those
they'll lean back and try to box you for real.
box you, don't get kicked.
Oh yeah, if they kick you, they can knock the air out of you. They're
Huh.
worse. They can be worse than a horse kicking you sometimes.
They could disembowel you.
That's what I mean.
You don't want you don't want to do that. You got to know they're the real deal.
Yep.
You got to know that. Oh hell no! What? Hell no!
Like I was mad at some celebrities.
I don't know
You
why I
remember
lost
that?
this damn.
You remember that fish tank show? I forgot the name of it because I don't have cable no more. And them people were starting to put sharks in their house. I'm like, a shark ain't something you need to keep as no pet.
Hell no! You need to leave that
Now
thing alone.
I saw a teenage girl and she was sprawled on the couch and
Yep.
she was cuddling and petting an alligator that she had named.
I don't understand any of that.
And me either. I'm like, I just held the snake. Y'all sitting up here petting them. I'm like, this is a wrap. Look how big that thing's teeth is. If it decided to clamp down on your hand is gone, boo boo.
It's a wrap.
Yeah,
Why?
it's gonna decapitate your hand.
Please. I don't want to spill his beans on the brand new carpet.
See, Zeke owned snakes like that as a kid. I think that's why it didn't scare him.
Yeah, I'm all set with snakes.
And
I
then
don't. I
they had tarantulas, and that's where I drew the line. That one was looking at me. I'm like, no, don't worry. I don't want to hold you. I don't want you crawling on me.
how big are their fangs?
Oh, I ain't never tested that gangster. I'm trying to be quiet because Clarence is sleeping. But I found out some species of tarantula, when you got them as pets and you tip them off, they'll raise their little booty and pee in your eye. No,
Come on now.
I'm
Pee in your
serious.
eye?
Yeah, when you make them mad,
Wow. So that would piss you off, huh?
it would, wouldn't it? You? I don't want no spider. And then one lady that was there when I came said, "Hey, we got a deal on jumping spiders." I'm like, "No, thanks, sweetie."
Jumping spiders. What the hell? No, I don't understand any of this stuff. None of
I
it.
I just didn't know. I wouldn't own them as pets. I just didn't realize y'all were gonna react this bad to it. It was just me having a fun day out.
Oh, you. Like I said, I'm looking at you and I'm saying, wow, the professor's a snake level. Look at her.
No, I'm not. Let me break that misconception. Originally, when I saw the snake, I didn't want to hold her, but I didn't know he was going to bring out the additional snake. The selfie was supposed to be $20 for one snake, and then he brought out that second one that started constricting. I'm like, no, this ain't going to work, baby. I'm not trying to die today. No, not today.
Here's the thing, right? These animals, if for some reason, I don't know, some parasite creeps into their brain and they respond in some way that's not favorable to your own life, how are you going to get them the hell off?
See, I did that in that environment because I knew I had those two, and I could just
They must
start
have had.
screaming. Yep,
They must have had some kind of safety measure because they were going to be in public. Yeah.
yep.
But what about these people like that lady that owned that chimpanzee in Connecticut? Tore her friend's face off.
I thought
Killed
that
it.
was stupid. They was having dinner with it. I'm like, it ate your friend's face off. What was you thinking? You
And then
see
I'm
how?
find
Go
and
ahead.
then I'm finding out that these chimps are so strong,
Yeah,
and their first line of attack are against your hands. That's the first thing.
yeah.
And they're so strong, they can yank your hand right off your arm. Just yank it off.
Yep. I
They'll
knew
either
that.
yank your hand off or they will bite your hand off.
Oh, I knew that. That's why I would never own one.
Are you
That's why.
kidding me?
That's why I was mad at Michael Jackson when I found out he had a whole giraffe. I'm like, what? I mean, what possessed you to think that was cool, boo boo?
He had a chimpanzee too.
Like stupid. Just like these people are Americans going to Africa now, and they'll get in them water boats and aggravate hippos. I'm like a wild extra
What?
hippo. Yes. And then when it starts chasing them in the water, because them suckers, they're fat, but they can move in the water. People, oh, we got to hurry up and get away. I'm like, you just now realized that was stupid.
The animal with the highest kill rate of human beings are hippos.
They are, especially on anywhere, but especially on that continent.
Anywhere, on land or water, it doesn't matter.
Yep,
Alligator, the crocs in Africa don't mess with them.
that's true because they're so mean.
No, thank you.
Years ago, there was a guy up in Canada near where I live, and I was looking, and I just decided to research snakes one night because I was bored.
Yep.
Some kind of way, this two idiot posed with his two pet black mambas.
Wait a minute. I don't think I heard you right.
No, yes, you did. Because when I was sitting there reading, and I'm like, did I just read what I, and then when I looked at the snake, because it looks gray, you don't know it's black till it opens its mouth and it's already about to bite you because of the insides. I'm like, yeah, dude, he was just sitting there posing with his two black mambas. I was
Unbelievable.
flabbergasted. I'm like, how is that allowed in Canada? I think they'll get you in the States for having that as a pet. I don't think you can even have that as a pet in the United States. Then somebody confessed something else that particularly scared me. 10 plus years ago, people in somebody in Florida had some king cobras as pets and released them in the Everglades.
King Cobra.
That's not the worst part. Somebody also snuck some Nile crocodiles, and Florida didn't catch it till it was too late.
Nile crocodiles.
They tested some of our crocodiles in the United
You
States in the Everglades and found out they
got to
had
be kidding
bred.
me.
No, and they bred with Nile crocodiles. And Florida was scared, like we're breeding with Nile crocodiles. How did you sneak a Nile crocodile to the United States? I don't mess with them
That is
orangutans.
insane.
I don't mess with them
How did
primates. I
you?
don't. They don't know who did it.
Orangutans
That's
aren't
the.
so bad.
I wouldn't have one for no pet.
Bonobos aren't so bad.
But you love you.
Gorillas are
I don't.
actually
I don't mess with them gorillas. I'm scared of them.
gorillas are actually aren't that bad. They're not aggressive to humans. But chimps,
Them too. I don't
girl,
like them. I don't like them chimps.
chimps, baboons,
I don't
you
do
don't want to mess with them.
baboons. I don't mess with them baboons.
You do not want to mess with them.
I learned my
Well,
lesson. This just wasn't my audience's cup of tea. I mean, Hook It Up Homestead was just not trying to hear it.
no, no, no. I'm telling you, the average woman can't even see a picture of a snake, they freak out. They freak out.
I never told you that I was picking blackberries in my yard 2 years
No,
after
you
we
didn't.
moved.
That was a
Okay,
big secret. That's a big secret right there.
but no, let me finish the story quick. Blackberries in my yard 2 years old. So what happened was I saw what I thought was was a small black worm coming in my view, and I kept picking. And it wasn't till it got closer that I realized it was a baby snake. I
Ooh,
threw them blackberries and ran in the house. And when I told my husband, he died laughing. She said, "Tara, that's a garter snake. It can't bother." That's how bad they scare me. That's why today surprises
well, it must. What? Uh,
me. Just let it go. You just don't know what to say. It scared you. I learned
It must have been your. It must have been your military training.
something. Because in Alabama, if I see one in the wild, that's it. Because you can't tell if that's venomous or not. And so I'm like, nope.
Do you have any animals that prey on snakes in Alabama?
Oh, yeah, hawks.
Hawks. Okay. How about cats? Are pretty good at hunting snakes. They're faster than snakes.
They got a thing. I'll know a snake is in my yard based on how my cat meows.
Hmm.
I was always afraid that she would bring one in the house. And she
Ooh.
didn't, and I'm happy.
Ooh. Would it matter if it were already dead and she brought it in?
Oh, yes, it would, because I don't want to touch it. I'm telling you, today surprised me. I thought I was scared of them. Maybe I'm more afraid of owls because owls I just can't. When they twist
Really?
they, yeah,
Owls?
yeah, when they twist their head around like that, it just freaks me out. Mm-mm.
Oh, it's not that because they don't really attack humans.
They don't.
But when they got that head twisting,
Yeah, that's
you
got
don't
some
like that.
exercise. Yeah, I don't like when they do that. It
Did
freaks
you ever
me
see
out.
that movie, The Exorcist?
Oh yes,
Top 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 three most scariest movies in my opinion.
and the woman who played the little girl, that actress Linda Blair, she admits that she sustained a lifelong injury from that scene because she
Oh, yeah,
played it so well. Yeah,
that's that was an incredible movie.
it was. 'Cause that's when I
Wow.
realized some people do get possessed like that. Where's Jackson at? He ain't talking.
Oh, he's talking. He was mesmerized by that orangutan. He likes redheads.
Because he didn't say nothing about my snakes either, I don't think.
I didn't see any comments from him.
I know DeAndre ain't gonna like it. I knew he wasn't.
and I don't even know where he is, but I do know that he's doing big things right now. He's
Oh,
trying to
is
make a
he?
big move. Yeah, he's trying to make a big move, and as a result of that, he might be busy. I don't know. There's been some funny stuff going on with some content creators.
You think so?
Yeah, they've been acting a little funny
Oh,
for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. I don't really ask. I don't
I
think it's any of
love.
my business.
I don't know. Maybe they have been acting funny, and I just didn't catch it. But like,
Hmm.
look it up, Homestead. I'm proud of her. She's making more videos showing off her
You see
species.
that?
Yep.
See how big those chickens got?
Yes, them big old. I looked at them and I was shocked because they look like like she named them, and those are her friends or something.
I think so. I think she named them. I think she named them. I think she got birth certificates for them and everything.
Is she going to slaughter them, or are they just there for her to be
Get eggs out of
eggers?
them.
Okay, eggers. Okay.
I think they're gonna be eggers. Brandon,
How's it going, guys?
doing real good, man. I
Can you
watched
hear me
you.
okay?
I was, yeah, very okay. I was watching you play with your meat on one of your videos.
Yeah, we bet. We bet you watched.
Yeah,
Uh,
I enjoyed that photo you put up of out to dinner with me. That was enjoyable.
with the salami, were you holding
Yes.
it? I think you were holding the salami.
No, we were sharing the salami.
Oh, we were. I don't really like to admit to stuff like that, but let me check it out.
It was a post you did. I was very impressed by it. The fine dining experience.
Oh, really? Let me find it. See if I can get in the community page
So
posts.
I'm sorry I didn't make it last night, guys. But last night was one of the very first nights that me and my wife night off together. So it was date night.
Oh, it was date night. Okay.
I didn't
Oh
stay
yeah.
but like 2 to 3 minutes either, dude. I went to bed early. I was not feeling too hot.
Are you feeling better today?
Oh yeah, you ought to know because you saw me go hold some snakes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
So yeah, you got. Well, I don't know. Maybe you weren't feeling good, and that's why you were playing with him. I don't know. you know.
Ooh, she's
So
candy. Ooh.
Yeah. You gotta consider your dietary intake. You're gonna think about your health.
Yeah.
This guy eats candy, so
Speaking of, I don't mean to change the subject, but they said now buying fast food is getting as expensive as fine dining, and I'm happy about that.
yeah,
That way you'll quit buying that trash. Because I need to start.
yeah,
Everybody's talking about
yeah, but
Chipotle.
still one of it's still one of the cheapest foods that you can get, and that's why it's so popular.
I don't know. Some people are paying $20 where they live now for a Big Mac, fries, and Coke. Are you sure that's cheap?
What are you gonna get cheaper? Sometimes I mean, like even 7-Eleven, the hot dogs are like $7 now. Some places. You know?
I guess you have to gauge where you live. In Washington State, that stuff is really expensive. So to me, since there's no difference between the two, I may as well eat the higher end stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I can guarantee you it'll add a few years on your life.
Walmart CEO just came out and admitted those prices are going to be raised.
Yeah.
Remember
I
when I
well,
told y'all I was going to help a relative and change my mind?
yep.
yeah.
I still changed my mind because that person tried to be smart. Well, our Walmart still is had stock. We're this. I'll say, okay then.
All right. It hasn't
Oh
taken
yeah.
effect down here, but I mean, it's you know, you see it's subtle little changes and stuff.
See, the same in Washington, because Californians, some are saying they don't see. See, in Washington, I started to notice little subtle changes. Now they're starting to use ramen noodles to cover up the lack of food and stuff. It's just happening in small doses here, but I can tell it's changed.
Yeah, but aren't ramen noodles produced in other countries? A lot of them are, I know.
See, I don't eat them anymore, so I don't know because I don't like the high salt that's in 'em.
Oh, they got super high
Yeah.
salt.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what I do is I don't use those flavor packs. I throw them right out. But I'll use the ramen and make. I'll put in like some frozen vegetables, some chicken, and crack an egg in it and stuff. And then add my own seasoning in.
Yeah.
It makes a quick little lunch for the kids when we're at home. You know.
Okay. So you control your salt then.
Yeah, exactly. Like almost every one of my seasoning blends that I have at home that I use. I'm not gonna say all of them, but most of them are. I try to get that don't have the salt in them. Anytime you get those like Cajun seasonings and stuff, the first ingredient on there is salt. And you even gotta watch if you're using chicken bouillon or anything like that. You gotta watch that they don't have salt in those too.
Oh yeah, those bouillons are no joke. I just put some in my beef that I made for my beef tips, but I use the better than bouillon, but it's still salt. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, well, you can get one with low sodium or no salt added, something like that. Those are the ones that I generally get because I don't know what I'm gonna make and I don't know if it's gonna, you know.
Bouillons. Get those bouillons.
Oh yeah.
You
Next
need the
week,
bouillons.
but on the bright side, next weekend I'm just going to get a massage. I'm going to film Quincy Square and show y'all the progress of that, and then I'm going to make soap. So no more scaring you all with snakes. I didn't realize y'all were going to react that badly to that.
Oh, no.
I enjoyed it. I was just impressed. I was like, holy cow. I couldn't believe it when I saw the video. I saw one video on
Yeah.
something. It sounds like you got
Yeah.
your own neck massage already today, huh?
Yes.
Ha, 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 yeah. Yeah, the big boy was flexing on her.
Yep.
She was telling us.
Yeah, I saw that. That was, like I said, no way, man. No way. I've actually got stories. I heard a story kind of about somebody that had a, if you guys want to hear it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So this lady, um, first off, I don't know if this is 100% true or not. So I'm just going to get that disclaimer out. But
Even if it's
this
fake.
lady, even if it's fake, it's still a pretty cool story. What happened was this lady had a boa constrictor as a pet,
Ooh.
right?
Yep. Yep. We were just
And her
talking about something like that.
her and her boyfriend broke up or something, and she was feeling lonely and spending a lot of time with the snake.
Oh.
Then decided to let the snake sleep with her in bed.
Oh. No.
So about a month later, she noticed that the snake wasn't eating,
Yep.
and she thought, "Oh, this he's getting sick. What's going on?" So after a little bit, she takes it to the vet and talks to the vet, and the vet said the snake is perfectly fine. It's perfectly healthy. What he's doing is he's fasting in preparation for a very large meal.
Oh.
So he was going to try to eat her.
Yep.
And not in the way that she would have wanted to.
Oh, Solomon. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
damn.
That was a true story because they played it in Florida about how a couple would let their big giant constrictor just slither around their house. Well, one afternoon, their 14-year-old daughter was taking a nap. Now, this really happened because they don't tell the names, but it was on some Animal Planet or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Something
With her
reputable.
with her door wide open, that snake slithered clean in there while she was napping. She woke up to that thing wrapping around her, and her dad and mom fought to get that thing off.
Yeah.
Those things are powerful.
And I think either the stress of it killed the snake or they got rid of it.
Hmm.
And that's when some veterinarian had to say that snake was probably watching your daughter for a long time and was preparing to eat it. And they just was flabbergasted. I'm like, that's not a pet. I would never have one as a pet.
Yeah.
Even the small ones that eat rats, no.
Yeah, they get big. That's the thing.
That's the thing. That's why people drop them in the Everglades because they can't handle them anymore.
Yep.
Now the
They did
Everglade
that.
is absolutely swamped. The
And
Everglades is
wreck
swamped
and wrecked
with
with people.
with all types of species of snake that don't belong to the United States.
I was telling
all,
him that
all
it's
sorts of all sorts of reptiles are here that are not indigenous. You know.
there was some person that had dropped a few king cobras off in there. Nobody ever knew what happened to them.
I heard you say that. Hopefully those died off. But I
Yeah,
heard you talk about the crocodiles too,
yeah. Now
which is
that's a
really
true. That's scary because them Nile crocodiles are vicious. They're smaller, but they're
not
And
only
they're
vicious.
no, they're bigger. They're not smaller. They're bigger than the
Well,
alligator.
but they're more vicious too.
Oh
That's
they're
yeah,
more
why.
they
aggressive
are.
Yep.
and they're more intelligent as well. That's the
Yeah.
thing. They'll
It's
they'll
they're
stalk. Uh, you know, they'll figure out. Like if you're camping in a tent, they'll watch you for a few days and watch your habits, and then
see
figure out when
that's
you're going to be.
oh Lord, that's just too scary. They'll sit there and watch you camping.
Mm-hmm.
They
That's
will
just
And
watch you.
lay it out. Yep.
that's messy.
And they're bringing them over.
Yeah, and they kind of screwed up our ecosystem over here
That's what
by
I've
people.
heard.
The
Because
iguanas, like those iguanas, aren't indigenous either.
nope.
And then
I
I
see
don't
them all
think
over
I.
the place when I go visit in South Florida.
Oh yeah, I'll take. I got a video of the back lot, which is off of the intercoastal, and we were just driving around in the golf cart yesterday, and there's probably about 30 or 40 of them running around. They got that one video with Godzilla where I was on break and I see this big guy going, and I tried to creep up on him.
I used the music to Godzilla to do a short on some iguanas that were eating or looking for food while I was in South Florida, in Miami.
The old song Godzilla, here comes
Yeah, the
Godzilla.
old one.
Yeah, that's what I
Even old,
used to
no,
do.
no, older than that one, like the original from Japan.
like the theme to Godzilla.
The theme from Japan.
Okay, Godzilla.
Like, oh man, look out!
Yeah,
What happened to that place that exploded in Palm Beach, man?
I don't know. When did it?
Either
When
today
did
or
it happen?
yesterday.
No, I missed. I haven't had. I've been working, so I haven't. I was on date night. I haven't listened to the news. I was listening to you. I normally listen to the news on the way into work, but I was listening to your live. Actually, I'm about couple halfway through. So that was a good interview you had, from what I heard
Did
so
you like
far.
it?
So far, yeah, it's very interesting. Like I said, I think I'm halfway through. But I haven't
Uh,
commented because I want to hear the whole thing. You were just because she used to be a social worker,
right,
and you guys, where I left off, you guys were talking about the abuse and stuff like that, and
right.
you know, That's where I'm at. But I wanted to finish
Oh
the whole
no.
thing before I made a comment.
So it wasn't around your way. It was in California. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I haven't heard the news either way and I've been in work all day.
So you didn't get to the part where I showed her my thongs on backwards. You didn't get to that part.
No, not yet. That's why I want to watch the whole live.
Okay.
Make sure I get that footage.
I think the professor knew I was going to do that, so she left early. She thought she was going to see a snake or something, so she took off.
Oh, I would like. Is she still here? She's busy cooking taters.
Well, the professors?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's still here. I think she's eating them right now. It sounds like she's eating them.
I had a question for her. Have
She's
you ever seen that? My what's for dinner video must have expired, or because I said there were potatoes on it. She commented on them.
Expired?
So, sorry. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, expired? Did the video expired?
No. I made a what's for dinner video. She commented on the potatoes that I made there. That's probably why she's making them tonight, because she said, "Ooh, those look really good." Gave her an idea for dinner. So anyways, go ahead.
No, I was going to talk about the sauteed elk booty, but never mind. It tastes like chicken. Yeah, it tastes like chicken.
So you guys in Dominican people, do they do pig roast and stuff like that?
Oh, big time, yeah.
Okay, because I did a pig roast the other day, and there was almost a fist fight.
Really?
There's no Dominican people. I'm talking about just the dishwashers, the other employees there, over who got the head of the pig and the feet and the. There was
that?
they were like, we want the head, we want that, yeah.
Come on, bro.
Well, the members got the pulled pork and all the other, the back and the, you know what I mean?
That's crazy. The loin, is it the loin? I don't know what part of the pig makes the pernil.
What is it called? Pronounce it again.
Pernil.
Pernil. P-A-R-R-N.
P-E-R-N-I-L.
Pernil.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll show it to you. I'll show it.
I'm driving. I won't be able to see. Sorry.
Okay. Let's go then. It'll tell me. Oh, the pork shoulder. There you go.
Pork shoulder. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's like a major. Hey, Yolanda, you can come on up. The thing is pinned. The thing is pinned. Yeah, we're talking different languages, Jackson. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, I guess it's. So what I do when we got a party for 200 people, the old chef that I used to do would get like 10 suckling pigs,
Whoa.
and roast them all in the oven. All right.
Whoa.
My chef has a cajachina, a big one, right?
Whoa.
So we'll do like a 70-pound pig, and then in the oven we'll cook, 4 or 5 pork butts. And what I do is I just lift the pig pig up and put the
Yeah.
pork butts underneath them, so it looks like I'm pulling the meat out. You know what I mean? It's all smoke and mirrors. You know.
Whoa.
I don't know if you're talking to me or not. I'm driving.
I am. I'm woeing you.
Oh, okay.
But I got a picture
So,
of the pernil up of the pork shoulders. So it's a it's it's a common cuisine for Cubans, Dominicans, and Puerto Ricans.
I'm
Yep.
gonna have to look that
We.
up, man.
How long before you get to your house?
I got a 20-mile drive, and I think I'm about 8 more miles.
Okay. I'll put the picture back up.
Yeah, when I get to my house, I'll park in the driveway. I can talk on the phone for a little bit.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask the professor because
She just
our
stepped
date
off
night.
for a second.
No, I figured that. Or she's having dinner. Either way, listening to us discuss. But have you
No, she's
ever
coming
heard
right
of
back.
Have you heard the TV series Black Sails?
No.
All right.
What is that? What is that about?
It's about the pirate age when Spain and England and everybody was fighting for
Oh
the
Lord,
Caribbean.
yeah, yeah. That was crazy.
And it's actually probably really interesting because the most of the story takes place in Nassau, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
and that's where but I googled it to see if it was historically accurate.
Okay.
And the thing is they've got historical figures in there, like a lot of
Really?
different pirates that were actually actual people, you know.
Right.
But they take liberties at different time periods because I think it was like 150 years, something like that, that the whole war was going over for the
Yeah, the
Caribbean
piracy.
claiming that.
Yeah,
Yeah. Maybe even more than
yeah,
that. I'm not sure. That's why I wanted
yeah.
to
Because
ask the professor.
they were transporting spices and gold and all that stuff. Of course, they were targets.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh
pirates,
yeah.
yeah, pirates have no country. They don't give a damn. Some countries would hire them to interrupt the supply
Other
chain.
countries for the other countries.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like the French would uh, hire the services of pirates to disrupt the British supply chain
Yep. And
to
they were
weaken
called
them.
privateers. So they were just pretty much mercenaries for a certain country.
Mercenaries.
As long as they didn't
Yeah,
attack any of that country's ships,
right.
they were good to go.
Yep,
Which is
right.
interesting as hell to me because I'm watching it
Yeah,
and I just wanted to ask her if she had seen it. It is a very graphic thing. I think it was originally on HBO or something like that. So you understand what kind of content that has, you
yeah,
know.
yeah.
But I was just curious if you
That
knew
that
how
that
accurate
whole.
it really was.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know how much history they get in the Navy about things like that, but
Well, no, her being a
she was a
historian,
history.
her being a history major, you know,
Yeah, she might have tapped
that's
into
where I
that.
was thinking it.
Yeah, but that whole commerce, man, global commerce has been around a hell of a lot long. You hear people talk about uh, globalists and talking nonsense about global trade. Global trade's been around since day one of humanity.
Yeah.
So global trade
Salt
ain't
used to
nothing
be
new.
salt used to be a currency.
Yeah. And
Salt.
where would you find salt? You would find salt in African countries like Mali.
Yeah. Wars were
Yeah.
fought over salt.
Matter of fact, they still transport salt across the Sahara by camel over to the Arabian Peninsula.
I didn't know that.
That's big money.
I watched videos on a salt farm, and I think it was in the Pacific, the South Pacific somewhere. And it was very interesting how they harvest sea salt. You know.
Yeah. Oh, salt is a big
But
deal.
they,
I picked up at a Morton plant. You know Morton Salt, the brand Morton.
yes, of course,
I
of
picked
course.
up I picked up at a Morton plant in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Hmm.
I guess that lake is full of salt.
It must be if they got a factory there, right?
Producing.
Hmm.
And I
Which
guess
lays
not all
another
salt
interest.
is the same.
Oh, go ahead. What's that?
I guess not all salt is the same.
No, not at all. You get different, all different types of salt. You know, you got your kosher salt, which is large chunks.
Large
You
grains.
got sea salt, which is harvested from the sea. You got some salt that's actually mined. Um, I don't know that much about it, but I know there's like 1,000 different types. You know, we even got this really expensive salt at my work called finishing salt, and I don't know
Why?
the history behind it. What's that?
Oh, what is it called? Finishing salt?
Finishing salt, where you throw it on top of the food
Oh,
right as you're serving it, you know, or whatever. I'm assuming that's why it's named that, because that's generally what they do there. So,
I'm gonna look it up
um,
right now.
what finishing salt?
Yeah,
Yeah, Google it. Give me the Google definition of it.
I'm gonna Google you out right now. About to Google you, brother.
And then, even better, Amazon it and see how much it costs. That's even a more interesting thing, because
Well, I'm looking at one that's $26. Let me see for what amount though.
yeah, exactly. How many ounces?
Uh, let's see. Shit. 17 pounds is $26.
Oh, 17 pounds is a lot of salt.
17, 1 7.
Pounds, yeah, that's a lot of salt. That's still a lot of salt.
It is okay. So let's go back to
Yeah,
Lyrical.
a 1 gallon Ziploc bag holds probably 3 pounds of salt. Let's put it that way. One
Okay.
gallon Ziploc bag.
Well, here's one that's 20-ounce flakes, $14. Because
Okay.
the other one is in large. Let me see
Bulk.
this other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, 20 ounces like what you would buy for your home. It would be like, a little bit
Oh,
bigger than a beer
$14.
can. You know what I mean? Yeah,
Yup.
$14 for a beer can worth of salt. Or for this,
Hey Yolanda, where you at? Where you at, Yolanda? Thought you were coming up.
Hey, Yolanda.
Come
I
on up.
got like a few minutes on the break. I was laughing with you guys. That was
Oh,
funny. I forgot what we were talking about, but cause I got my brain fried at work today.
okay.
But
Finishing salts are not just everyday seasoning. They're special salts designed to be sprinkled on food just before serving to enhance
uh-huh.
flavor and texture. There you go.
What is this?
Here's the
Malt.
professor. Hit her with that question now.
What question?
Are you aware of the series Black Sails?
No.
Okay, it was a It's a TV series that's on. I think they had 4 seasons, but it's about the pirates and stuff in the Caribbean, the battle for the Caribbean, specifically for Nassau when it was taken over. And they have a lot of historical pirates. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say they have a lot of historical, real pirates that are in the movie and stuff like that. And they said they took liberties and stuff. And I was just wondering if you knew, like, how many. Well, I was hoping that you had seen it. But if not, if you had any input on that.
Black Sails, like SAILS. I'll have to look it up.
Yes, it's about pirates in the Caribbean during the I don't know what period you call that, colonization period of the Caribbean.
Okay, I'll look into it. I know on June 7th we're having a pirate festival out here, but I'm not able to go because I'm going to Ways Goose.
A pirate festival
Yeah.
That's it. Interesting.
in the Pacific Northwest? Who would engage in piracy up there? 'Cause
China.
I know that yeah, but China and Japan are so far away that I don't think there would be any. I don't recall the Chinese or the Japanese demonstrating any
Pirates and
interest.
stuff. I'm not talking about
Demonstrating
the
any.
actual government, but I'm sure they've got criminals. You know.
Yeah, but to come over to this side of the hemisphere from where they're at, I mean that's a
Oh
lot of
no,
ground to
yeah,
cover.
yeah.
It's not like see, Europe relative to the African coast is fairly close, and the fact that there was commerce. Well, all right, so there was commerce between Europe and Asia, but that was on land.
Yeah.
And then the whole lie that was projected by the Spanish crown, the lie that they were telling everybody else, because they wanted to be the first to get to this hemisphere without any of their competitors following along.
Which it was
And
the
pretend,
Portuguese actually, but keep going.
right. And but it was Isabella that sent somebody out here. And between the Portuguese and the Spanish, they didn't want the rest of the European powers to know where they were going and why they were going. So
there's a lot of secrecy, you know.
yeah, so that's why they projected that nonsense that they were looking for a shortcut to India, because
Yeah, that was a lie. Columbus knew where he was really going. People
he knew
don't
where he
know.
was going.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. Yeah.
Yeah, the Spanish crown and the Portuguese crown knew where he was going. But again, you didn't want to attract the attention of the Dutch, of the British, of the French, because that would make it difficult
Anybody for that matter.
That would make it difficult for them to achieve what they wanted to achieve, which was to go get more gold to supply or to pay off their debts for the war that they had with the Moors for the past 800 years. So they owed money for that. So they wanted to get that oil, get that gold before anybody else heard about it. But the Spanish were fairly dumb. They were fairly dumb because they never set aside the ingenious members of their society. Instead, they would send them to the front line to die. The front line.
Yep, because they hired Italians to do the exploring. I keep telling people.
I either lost you or you lost me. I'm sorry.
We lost you.
Christopher Columbus was not a Spaniard. He was an Italian.
Right.
I thought he was Portuguese.
Nope.
No,
Italian.
he was an Italian.
Okay.
This is what happened in the state of Washington. We have a tribe in the late 19th century, they're still around, They live 3 hours away on what we now call Nia Bay, called it's spelled Makah, Makah.
Hmm.
But the H in their language has a W sound, so it's actually Macau.
Okay.
My bad with the burp. There was a Japanese ship that accidentally lost course and came on the coast of what we now call Washington State.
Oh, okay.
This is at the time we were also expanding out west. So this tribe took care of those Japanese merchants. I think a few died and a few lived. And the ones
Okay.
that lived, the United States finally came up to the tribe and took them back and let them go back home to Japan. But they stayed in America for a while.
Okay.
So there have been cases, a few cases of older Japanese ships or Chinese ships also getting lost here in the Pacific.
Okay. Lost, but not intending to show up here.
You love emphasizing that, don't you, Mr. Burns?
Well, yeah, because I didn't see they I don't think that they had any interest in coming in this part of the world because I'm trying to think if you got European powers coming to see you in your territory
Right?
and they're coming from a particular direction.
Mm-hmm.
Um, where's the interest? Where's the curiosity to sail away from that direction that they're coming from? Because that's where the money's coming from.
I don't remember
Yeah,
how and why that Japanese ship got lost and shipwrecked off the coast of Washington, but I went to the museum. It actually happened.
could
Oh
be
yeah.
just exploring. Who knows?
Well,
Was it a warship or was it just a ship?
exploration
I
in the
think it was.
sea,
I think it was an exploration.
exploration in the sea is expensive and deadly. If you will,
Yeah.
And
you know,
look at all of those early explorers. That's really fascinates me. Like Lewis and Clark, thinking that they could,
but that was
cut through.
that was driven by a monetary um
Oh, I think all exploration is.
mon, monetary interest.
There's two reasons. Well, it's both of them are kind of monetary. Either you can't live where you're at, and you got to find someplace new, or you're looking to get rich. You know?
Well, finding someplace new would mean that you already know of a place where you can go to, like the
No, I
Puritans
was
and
talking earlier. Yeah, no,
uh,
I was talking earlier settlers or an earlier era.
yeah,
I'm
because
sorry.
the ones that migrated here from Europe that were escaping religious persecution, they already knew of the existence of this place and volunteered
Oh
to
yeah, 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 yeah.
come on
But
over.
the people
Yeah.
that actually, I'm talking about the original people that actually. I think it was the Norsemen that they found. Is that correct, Miss Helms?
In the Canadian
The
area,
Vikings. The Vikings found the Canadian. Yeah, like Greenland and then Canada.
right?
I,
And
I don't think so.
why did they cross over to come over here? Conquest, for exploitation, for resources.
Look, the point is we have a pirate festival.
Okay, nobody- that's right. Pirate Festival, y'all. Don't get it twisted.
I'm not going, but we have one.
Yeah, I just found it curious though.
I'm,
Pirates in that
I'm
area.
yes, I'm going the ways goose.
Hmm. Hold on, what was I gonna do? I was gonna look for that.
Look for what?
Pirates of the Pacific.
Oh gosh, you ain't gonna let this go, are you?
You got me curious now.
I'm shocked you didn't go into a rant about the Barbary pirates.
The
You don't know who
Bar-
that
the Bar-
is.
the Barbary pirates.
The ones who kidnap white people.
Oh, um, yeah, the barbers of the Pacific.
No, they're in the Middle East, what we could
No,
today call Tunisia and Algeria. No, not Algeria. No, Libya, Tunisia, North
yeah,
Africa.
yep, yep, yep. They were supplying Arabia with those white slaves.
Oh, now
Uh,
you know
histo-
what I'm talking about.
no, no, I knew what you were talking about, but I was distracted because I was looking at something else. Looking for this. Watch this. Oh yeah, I know about the barbers. The barbers were also in the Spanish Peninsula during the occupation of the peninsula by the Moors. Here it is. Can you see it?
I see it.
So, Pirates of the Pacific is what I put up, can refer to several things, including a historical account of piracy in the Pacific Ocean, a documentary by Greenpeace, and a festival in Oregon, next door.
Yep. We all have pirate festivals out here.
So, the Pacific Ocean was a breeding ground for oh, it was a breeding ground for piracy.
Well,
Wow,
think about it, the fur trade and stuff.
okay. Pirates like Francis Drake and others preyed on Spanish. That's right, the Spanish were in the Pacific.
Yes.
They took the Philippines. Yeah. Okay. 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 There it is. Now. Okay, now it makes sense.
I'm going to say something to you that I've confessed to very few people.
Okay.
In college, for a short period of time, I considered majoring in this particular history.
What? Piracy?
Yes.
Okay. It would suit the career you had, right? Naval.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wanted to understand like the modern Somali pirates.
That's for the same reasons.
Yep. And understand their ancient thought processes.
Yeah, they're valiant because they go out in deep waters in these smaller boats to challenge very large vessels.
And they succeed too. That's what's
Yes, they
scary.
do. Yes, they do. Because besides fire, getting a hole in the bottom side of your ship is not a good thing, I would imagine.
No.
And they come along with the capability of doing that. That's their threat. I guess they have some kind of portable missile launching something
Yep.
that could hit a critical area of the ship. And because they're so small, they can maneuver very easily and target the ship.
You don't
That's
hear
kind of
about them. I just looked it up again. They're starting
mhm.
to resubmerge and do that crap again.
Well, I would imagine they're taking advantage of the conflict between Yemen and the United States and the Suez Canal, the access to the Suez Canal.
Yep.
So sure, that perfect cover. Let's go get paid. They're probably hooking up with their homeboys.
It's not easy for them to take a United States naval aircraft carrier because the
Oh
smaller,
hell no.
the destroyers and the frigates follow that you have to destroy the smaller ones first. And if that destroyer gets a hold of you and gets the upper hand, just one destroyer, it's over for you.
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap. Yep.
You ain't got a prayer. You ain't got a prayer. You can point whatever you want at those damn things. They got something for you.
Yep.
They got something for your ass. I was watching a documentary on the conflict that the Navy when the Navy confronted the Iranian Navy and destroyed it in eight hours. Well, like what?
For real?
Destroyed their whole Navy in 8 hours.
See, I didn't know that.
Brought them to their knees.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy. See if I can,
Wow.
yeah, Professor, you would be amazingly impressed. It was during the Reagan administration, so you weren't in the Navy, I don't think. But
No, Reagan, the 80s, I was a little girl. I was in elementary school. Reagan's
yeah,
whole
see,
presidency.
so yeah, this happened during the Reagan administration. There's this one YouTuber that gives the account, and the way he does it is it's funny. But there were um, what was it that happened? Oh, so they were targeting oil um, oil platforms in the sea,
Right.
and a U.S. vessel was out there. What was it? There was a carrier, and let me look it up, man. I don't want to mess it up. Uh, Battle between the U.S. Navy and the Iranian Navy. Battle
Was the
between
USS Forrestal still in commission at that time? Or no?
good question.
I know the
Between
Enterprise should have been.
Navy
Let me look up
and
USS Forrestal.
Iranian. Here we go. Let's see if we find it. Operation Praying Mantis. There you go. Oh, man.
Oh, you're
That
right.
was yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna read it out. Okay, so the USS Samuel B. Roberts.
Right.
It hit that. Oh, the account is right here. Let me find it.
Looks like the British Navy was involved too, the HMS Ark Royal.
Yeah,
Because
might have been.
HMS stands for His or Her Majesty's ship.
Yeah, Her Majesty can go kiss some.
I never knew that.
I knew. You didn't know that's what that meant?
No, I didn't.
Oh, wow.
Here we go. You guys ready? Let me tell the
Yes.
story. Operation Praying Mantis was the 18th of April, 1988, or was the attack by the United States on the Iranian naval targets in the Persian Gulf in retaliation for the mining of a U.S. warship 4 days earlier. On April 14, the American guided missile frigate USS Samuel B. Roberts struck a mine while transiting international waters as part of Operation Earnest Will, the 1987-88 effort to protect red-flagged Kuwaiti oil tankers from Iranian attacks during the Iran-Iraq War. The explosion pierced the hull and broke the keel of the Samuel B. Roberts, which nearly sank but was saved by its crew with no loss of life. Impressive.
Awesome. Yeah.
After the serial numbers of mines recovered in the area were found to match those of mines seized on an Iranian barge, the previous September, U.S. military officials planned a retaliation operation, and on the 18th of April, the attack destroyed, damaged, or sank 2 Iranian oil platforms, 3 warships, several armed boats, and 2 fighter jets. 2 U.S. Marine aviators died when their helicopters crashed in the Gulf. The attack pressured Iran to agree to a ceasefire with the Iraq later that summer, ending the 8-year Iran-Iraq war. Now, it was crazy. The battle was crazy. I'm trying to remember some details. Right. So So yeah, that's what set it off. That's what triggered it off. The mines, and these mines were set in international waters, which they were not supposed to do.
Yeah, that was illegal.
So
I thought they were outlawed completely by that time
I don't know. I
in the
don't remember.
world. In the world, what do you want to call it? It's like
Now,
landmines, you know?
so because that happened, there was a whole fleet that was sent out to the area. And Professor, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but before you attack, you have to get the green light from the president, or you have to defend yourself from an attack.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, but only Congress can declare an state of
War. They can
Yeah.
declare war,
Yeah.
but the president can send troops anywhere around the world for 90 days. And oh well, if for some reason wherever they are, they feel like the whoever the people are feel like they're being provoked and start attacking. Oh, we gotta defend ourselves here, right? It's
Yeah.
like if somebody walked into your front yard and you said, what are you doing here? You don't belong here. Leave. And they start pulling out weapons and stuff. They're not shooting you. They're pulling out their weapons, and you're not feeling too comfortable, so you shoot at them first. Oh, that's it. Brandon shot at us first. Fire away. Hey, that's a
What happened?
provocation, and the president could do that all day. Every president has done. Presidents in
Yeah.
previous years have done that.
Yep.
Provoked situations. Vietnam is one of them. Yeah, we never declared war, but guess what? We were there for 10 years without
Yep.
declaring war.
Yep.
Yeah, but we got to defend our guys. They're there. I don't know how they got there, but they're there. We got to defend them. What do you mean you don't know how they got there? Get them the hell out. We're trying, but they're shooting at us. What do you want us to do? We got to fire back. Here we go.
That Viet Cong wasn't no joke. Them folks were willing to die, go to the death for what they believed.
Absolutely, 100%. 100%.
They understood those jungles. That was an embarrassment for this nation. I still say it was.
You know what? I don't know. I don't know what to opine on the situation
I do. It look
because,
embarrassing.
but there were some people that made a lot of money. So maybe,
Okay.
maybe.
Go ahead.
Maybe. No, you can go ahead. Double D's in the house. Unbelievable.
Hey, DeAndre.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
We've been waiting for you.
What was Brandon about to say about the Navy?
Yeah.
No, I was going to say about the Navy. I was going to talk about the Spartans in back then. They
Yep.
weren't allowed to. They had a big senate and everything, and only they were allowed to declare war. So when he went to go defend that pass, that the Persians were coming.
Oh, you're talking about Leonidas? Leonidas was the one that.
I honestly don't remember the name. My memory's shit. But
yeah, it was in.
He said, "All I'm doing is bringing 500 of my. But I'm going on a walk. I'm just bringing 500 of my bodyguards with me." That's
right.
what he said. So essentially,
right.
he kind of didn't
Thermopylae.
declare war. Didn't.
That was in Thermopylae. Yeah, that was in Thermopylae.
Yeah, I don't
Thermopylae.
remember.
That was.
I don't remember.
There's a narrow
pass where they fought off all those Persians in that pass for so long.
Yeah, there was a narrow pass
in there. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and interestingly enough, Leonidas died the first day. He was gone. So it's not like the movie 300.
I didn't know.
For real?
Yeah, he died the first day. He was taken out immediately.
Oh wow.
Uh-huh. And the Spartans have a very interesting, I don't understand all this big deal about having LGBT. Hey, Alchemy, how are you? About having the LGBTQ community in the military. Oh my God. All this. Listen,
No, I don't
go ahead and
understand it anywhere. But
go check Spartan culture. Ancient Spartan culture. Okay? let's
My
let's
very
let's let's
my very
let's take
first
a
time here, we were talking about the Roman and the
yeah. Well, check these out because I'm picking on the Spartans because the Spartans are as far as combat is concerned, they're known for being one of the greatest warriors in the world, right? Am
Mhm.
I am I wrong, Professor?
Nope.
They're known as being one of the greatest warriors in the world. But let's take a look at Spartan culture. In Spartan culture, when the boys were born, it was the king that used to decide by looking at the baby whether he was going to be strong enough to be a part of the culture. If not, they tossed him over a cliff. Gone, baby. Okay? Now, if do you know Lady Pug, Brendan?
Yeah, I know Lady Pug.
So, uh, if the king decided that, yeah, you look like you can serve us, you live. Now, you're with your mother till the age of 7. He's yanked away from her, sent into the wilderness with a bunch of other kids, and they had to survive however the hell they could.
Lord of the
They can
Flies.
they can steal so long as they don't get caught.
Yep.
But if they get caught, the punishment can end up unaliving them. Okay, so you got to be in the wilderness surviving with these other kids up until the age of 12. And then you got to go through this gauntlet when you turn 13, where you got other 13-year-olds lining up on both sides. You got to run toward a pillar that has a piece of cheese on top, and you got to make it there. However, all these kids, all these 13-year-olds, they allowed to strike you however they want in whatever part of your body they want. Okay? So you
Yeah.
got to make it through there. Some of them didn't make it. Some of them were unalived right there
Yeah.
while they're trying to get that cheese. Once they get the cheese, that's when the older members of the male military corps they would pick you.
It's like a
That's your
draft.
that's your mentor. You learn from him, but you also have to sexually please him.
Yep, that's where the word mentor comes from, means to be tormented. People don't know that. That's why I don't like that word.
Oh, I did not know that.
Oh, that's what it means. Mentor is another way to get up under somebody to let them torment you. I thought, okay, yep, that's what it
My
means.
goodness.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Because when they were young boys in those ancient civilizations, they had no choice. That's just what the system was. You let that older man torment you.
Wow.
So
Yep.
so from the age of 13 until 28,
Yes.
you're providing your mentor, your tormentor, with sexual satisfaction.
Yeah.
When you're 28, they take you into town to marry an 18-year-old woman, and they used to have problems convincing those men not to marry, but to procreate, to lay with the women. They used to have problems about that because they were so used to laying with men.
Mm-hmm.
But they were required to procreate because of their laws.
Yeah.
Once you did that, as notable as their fighting prowess is, you got a whole army full of LGBTQ men. But they make such a big deal about that now. Whatever. But there you go. The Spartans.
My
And they
best.
weren't the only ones. The Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians used to participate in stuff like that too.
The Romans, when them centurions were going out, that's a well-known documented thing.
Well, we were also talking about earlier that black sails, the pirates. A lot of those, that was not accepted behavior in England and in the high class. And guess what? If you're not accepted anywhere. You're accepted on a ship.
Of course.
And you didn't want to be a cabin boy with a bad, what do you call it? Captain. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It was a lot different back then, you know?
And let me tell you something right now, even now, when you're on a fishing boat, if that's your line of work, you gotta be prepared, because on those fishing boats, things happen.
Those old men get lonely.
And no, even beyond that, they not only do they get lonely, they get angry, and sometimes you become bait.
Yeah. No, yeah. That's
okay.
why some of the I've heard that some of the, especially over by you on your end, Miss Helms.
Yeah.
That coast, they've got some of the most dangerous waters as far as fishermen go. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
But
I mean, we got a lot
you're
of
the one.
fishermen down here.
If you don't get along with the crew, you're the one that gets chopped up and put on the end of a hook and
oops
and thrown in the water. Yeah.
Over. We couldn't find him.
Ooh, yeah. Oops. That happens a lot in fishing.
Yeah.
It was funny because I was 18 years old and I'm working with a guy and he was about 28 years old. And we're on a scaffolding and we're building. Solomon, you might know this place. It's downtown West Palm Beach. It's called City Place. It was this big building. But I was working construction and we're like 3 stories up on this thing, putting in the roofing. Yeah. And he started fucking with me right next to him. And I just looked over at him. And my only statement was, if you fell off this thing, it would totally look like an accident. And he just, uh-oh.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Well, you know what? That was a smart thing to do. You did the smart thing. You let him know. You know how things roll.
No, it wasn't. He was a friend, but he knew I was joking with him. He knew I was joking with him, but then he goes, "You know what? You're fucking right." And we went on from that. But
well, hopefully that was
those accidents happen. I'm sure in time you didn't like somebody and you're.
Oh, they call them accidents. That's what they call them.
Oh,
yeah. It's the same thing that happened to me when I my first day at the maximum facility. This guy must have been about 6'2", maybe 220.
Day one,
first
walking
day.
in.
Day one walking in. He was about 6'2", maybe 220 pounds of nothing but muscle, not an ounce of fat on him. And he told me, "Listen, I'm never going home. I'm never going home." And I'm trying to remember exactly how he phrased it, but the bottom line was he was trying to let me know that he had nothing to lose.
Yeah.
So,
gotcha.
He was waiting for a response from me. And I said something to the effect of, "Listen, whatever, because whatever you can do, I can do it too."
I nearly choked on my water.
After I said that, and after I said that, he looked at me for like about maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 seconds and nodded and said, "You'll be all right here." I said, "Whoa."
Right, he was testing you.
Woo! Yeah. But
you get a lot of tests. You get a lot of testing, especially with people just got out.
Yeah.
They do it in the workplace or I've worked in restaurants where they've hired these guys, and they'll do something, and they'll do something deliberately, just to try you, just to see how you react, just to see how you react. One guy comes out. He was a bouncer.
Yep.
He comes into my kitchen. I was cooking in a bar. It was a biker bar. And he comes in and he's the new bouncer and he's Mr. Tough Guy and this and that.
Right.
And he comes in and he starts trying me. And
Ugh.
I just look at him
Stop
and I
it.
said,
Oh, go ahead.
you know, basically, I don't remember. This was 30 years ago. You know what I mean? But I remember looking at him and going, thinking to myself, we're going to have a fight in a minute, you know? And I looked at him and he was like, oh, he wasn't talking. He was just his attitude. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, oh, you want to do something? And he just kind of looked at me and I wasn't intimidated and scared. And he was just like, you're all right, Brandon. You know, and he left me alone. But he was trying me, you know. That guy took a guy down that was just a drunk, rather than escort him out like a bouncer should in a bar. Not only punched the guy in the head, but when the guy fell down, started kicking him while the guy was down. This is a bouncer of the club, a representative of the business. Yeah.
Wow.
There was a little lawsuit after that. So
I would imagine.
yeah. But that's how no, I was just agreeing with Mr. Burns. This is how these people this is how people think, you know?
Yeah.
When they've been inside.
Hey, Double D, what are you up to?
They're just
Why are you smiling like that?
Yeah, he was nasty. He was dipping them cookies and
You was dipping cookies while this
In the
bouncer
Hidden
was
Valley
kicking
Ranch?
somebody's ass?
I was drinking coffee.
Ranch?
You was dipping them cookies in that coffee. I seen it you.
Yo,
I always
you
do
were
that.
scented. You were scented, okay? That means you were caught red-handed.
You got caught red-handed, bro. You was dipping them cookies hard. I was sitting right there going, ew.
Bouncer going around kicking somebody's ass and kicking them while they were down, and you're dipping.
I always do that. Like when I'm having coffee. Like I don't do it all the time, but you know.
That's the first time I seen you do it, though. I just feel so appalled.
Mind blown.
In the bad way? In the bad way, or kind of like
that's what appalled means.
Well, to be fair, he hasn't seen me at that expo holding the snakes yet.
So. I was about to say that.
So I'm gonna give him a break.
Yeah, cut him.
I'm sorry, y'all. If it kind of seemed kind of
it didn't bother me. I'm just.
What kind of cookie was that?
It was the associated kind. You know, it's like chocolate in one row, vanilla in one row, and chocolate.
Oh no, you didn't.
No, you didn't. You had to do chocolate and vanilla. You had to double dip
at the same time.
At the same time.
No, I took
it
was one
about the Spartans, for Christ's sake.
It was one by one. It was one by one.
Yo, D, you're a courageous dude. Vanilla and chocolate at the same time, dipping it.
No,
you was dipping it.
You was dipping it, bro.
It was good to me.
Oh my! What?
Oh what?
Oh my!
No, wait a minute. Let me just.
No shame.
I always, you know, dip it in my coffee. You know,
I guess so.
I didn't have no milk, so.
Ooh, that's nasty. I can't. In 1980, was it 7 or 88? My mom, for the first time, gave us a big stack of Oreos and a glass of milk. And mind you, we were poor. I dipped that Oreo in that cookie and put it in my mouth and freaked out. To this day, I cannot dip milk in cookies. It freaks me.
What do you mean, Professor? Why did you freak out?
Something about
appalled by it.
Yeah, something about the texture when it hit my tongue, and my mom was mad. But then my brother was greedy and said, "Oh, I'll take your cup of milk." I said, "Here you go."
The milk you dipped the cookie in?
I dipped that cookie and then I ate it, and then it was soggy like that, and I freaked out. And it's the same with Hawaiian pizza. I had it for the first time in like 92 or 93. I was in my preteens. The nastiest crap you'll ever eat.
I don't want no Hawaiian pizza.
I don't like it. You don't like it either?
I don't.
I don't like.
Oh,
Forgive me.
Me either.
So it ain't just me.
No, it ain't
Mm-mm.
just you. I don't like
Something
that.
about
However, my daughter loves it.
I do not like.
I
This
don't
I don't
know.
my.
like. I'll tell you,
This, I'm a,
the thing that breaks that kills it for me is soggy bread. I cannot do soggy
oh
bread.
no.
Oh, me
I can't do
either.
that.
I
Can't do
can't.
it.
That's
Speaking
what
of
that's I
bread,
was just talking about, the texture, the sogginess of the cookies when they hit the mill.
Yep.
speaking of bread, every time I get some new bread, when you first open the new bread, you take the little thing off. Guess what? I go to the fourth or fifth piece out the bread and get get
Oh
the
my
bread.
God, D. That's
You
I
like
want the
don't.
next
center
level.
cut. That's in my line of work, we call that the center cut.
Why the
Yeah,
center cut? Why?
I
Why?
go to the I go
Because
to
it's in
the
the middle.
I go to
Yeah.
the fourth or fifth piece of bread and get the bread out because I don't like the bread when you first open it. It is to the top of the top, and just like the bottom part, I don't like the bottom part of the bread. Ugh.
So you don't like the booty of the bread,
You don't
basically.
like.
No,
Yeah, you don't like the
uh-uh,
booty. Okay.
no way, uh not I.
Yo, but
I.
D, you got some splaining to do, man. Because yo, you dipping it, man. Chocolate and vanilla, simultaneous dipping.
I mean, it was
Hey,
funny because y'all were both talking, and he was just sitting there just dipping, bro.
he
I'm
was tearing that thing up.
he act like he was the Michael Jordan of cookie dipping. He was just
I thought I swear I thought Michael Jackson blowing bubbles
that's what I was
all over
thinking.
again
I thought he was moonwalking. He done come back and moonwalked. I mean, you
with
could have
the cookie.
with the cookie.
I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to.
Yo, D, you're dangerous, man.
I thought it was fantastic just watching it. I'm like, okay, because I mean, you had it down like your hand, like you knew what you was doing. It's like it was a technique. Like
Like your
Yeah.
hand had a mind of its own.
yeah, like the hand just knew what it was supposed to do.
You
I
could
was
have looked. You could have looked in the opposite direction, and that cookie would have dipped right in the middle of that cup.
LeBron would have been impressed with them hand skills. You was boom. See, even Brandon practicing, yeah,
Even Brandon,
is
Uh-oh.
practicing.
I don't start it. I don't start
yo,
it.
you were dropping 3-pointers in that cup.
I'm
I
so
don't
happy.
start it.
Now
Some.
is that the creme brulee coffee that you did a review on?
I think so.
No, it was
Folger.
Folgers. Folgers.
What was it?
I drunk
Well, you
all
said
that.
that other coffee was your new favorite. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah, I ran out of that, and
Yeah,
we
it
like
happened.
I didn't have no like where I'm at. There's no Dollar Tree. It's like 10 minutes where I'm at, and I didn't feel like going out, so I
Okay.
just I just stuck to Folgers, and I got that the other day, and it's like when I
That's freeze
went
dried.
when I went and got it, before I went and got it a couple of days ago, it was like $3 and something. But when I went back Thursday or Friday, it was $4.95. I said, well, damn.
Yeah,
That,
even the Dollar Tree's getting expensive. You ain't gonna get away from it. Yep.
yeah, and the cashier, and I told the cashier, my I was like, damn, everything gonna went up. She was like, yeah, sure lives. Everything gonna just done went up. And so say the price was gonna lower down, but I don't see shit lowering down. I said, sure
Yeah,
wait.
he been lying about the prices
It's
have lowered.
delayed
Eggs is
now.
$2 and something. I'm like, what rock you smoking? My
Shit.
aunt lives in Alabama and she paying $6, boo boo.
I
So
don't
Brandon, what's
eat
up with
it.
that? Brandon, what's up with the eggs? Have
yeah,
they
I
gone
don't
down
eat
in price?
eggs. I don't eat eggs,
I
but
I I haven't seen. I haven't gone in a grocery store in a little bit. I've been working
Oh, so you,
quite a
you
bit.
can't tell by your job. Your job doesn't.
I could ask the purchaser if I was there. I mean, if I was on break and we were talking, I could go back in and then find out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm
I know
curious,
when
man.
it first started, when the bird flu first started happening, our boss got really who's a big Fox that he gets his news from Fox just as a
Oh,
as a thing. He
okay.
oh,
we come in and I tell the purchaser, I said, you might want to grab eggs because there might be like a little issue. And people in Palm
Yo,
Beach
D,
don't want us to run out of nothing.
Yep.
be honest, D. I'm gonna ask you a question, but I need you to be completely honest with us, okay? It's important.
Mhm.
So, do you dip your eggs in the coffee too?
No, I don't eat eggs.
Yeah, that's right. I
Oh,
remember DeAndre don't eat them. Now I do every now and again, but I have some here. Once I finish them, I won't
you
eat
dip
any.
your eggs in coffee?
No, I said I
Oh,
eat egg. What's wrong with you?
Solomon.
Now, what the world?
Solomon.
I want to apologize. I want to apologize. I didn't come in last night, but I was in the chats last night. I was like, I was busy last night.
whoa! The way you said that,
Yep,
busy.
he was
Mm.
busy. Mm.
It was a
I'm
good
saying,
DeAndre. That was a good interview he did, though, huh? Don't you agree?
interview. Yes, it was a
Wasn't
wonderful
that
interview.
amazing? I thought that was great so far. I'm only halfway through it, and I thought it was great so far.
Cause when I clocked in, not clocked in, not clocked in. When I clicked in,
When
he
you
was
dipped
doing.
your cookie,
I did not dip no cookie
He did
last
not dip.
night.
And then you let him finish. He ain't dip no cookie.
I was see what I had to do last night. I was like I cooked dinner late last night. Then I had to take me a bath. Then I cleaned up my mess, when I cooked. So it's kind of like I'm good. And by the time I was gonna get back on your video and on your live, you had clicked off. I'm like, damn, I missed it.
And speaking of that, y'all ready for August 9th?
August 9th. That's when you're
No,
coming on. That's when you're coming on with the big weapons.
I don't
No,
think anybody is.
no, Brandon know what I'm talking about. 60
Yeah.
days from the day that was negotiated, that 90 days. It ends on Saturday, August 9th.
What's going on?
Yeah, but you know what? It's gonna hit the fan like it did. I
In
believe
2008.
he's gonna switch it around and then throw another 90 on it or something. That's what I believe, but you never know.
What's going on?
That's when the
We,
tariffs kick back in.
yep. Them people are rich. I don't put nothing past them, and I think crap gonna hit the fan on August 9th. That's my prediction. But Brandon, he introduces a point because you don't want to tick people off at around Christmas time.
So don't. That's when people
Oh
spend the
yeah,
most money.
if you've got kids that you need to get Nintendos or video games or something like that, you better get them now.
That's what I said. I keep telling people this ain't the summer, and kids aren't out of school yet. You better start
Oh yeah,
buying.
back to
Yeah,
school stuff too.
you
Yeah, because
better
backpacks, shoes, clothes. Think about what we
paper.
get from over there.
Yep.
You've got 90 days to get it. Which
But
because in 90
did you hear
days
what
we may or not.
did you hear what's going to be added to everything you just said? Did you hear about
About what?
this new executive order to get rid of Section 8?
Oh,
Section 8 housing?
Huh?
No, they
Section 8
already.
housing?
Some people
Yeah,
have lost.
yeah.
Yeah, some people have lost their. Yeah, some people have lost their vouchers already, and they're freaking out.
Yeah. Well, he's
Wait till
kicking
there's
a bunch of people down out of the curb.
million people in this country with no income, no way to feed their kids, and nothing to lose.
He grew up
And
rich all his life.
and look what happens in the past with that. As a history person, look what happens in the past.
Oh no,
You
I
don't even-
know. I know
You don't
that.
even have to go on the path. Just go across the water or just go south. You see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but people end up not attacking each other, trying to get ahead. They focus.
Trust
You know?
me, he's affecting me because now they're coming out with something trying to make us work a lot longer for our pensions in the government. And my
That's
Oh,
right.
and my oh yeah, that too. And my attitude is, God help you if this soap business scales to 80K plus a year, I'm leaving early anyway. Screw you and your money.
yeah.
And then I'm hearing that some members of Congress are nervous about that because they think that some of the best military or civilians are going to go to the private sector and never
Why
return.
wouldn't you?
And
Why
that's what
wouldn't
I said. I said, why wouldn't I? If somebody in the private sector is going to
I'm gonna,
offer me more money, yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, anywhere I've ever worked, if I ever was feared for my job, let me rephrase that. Okay?
Yeah.
And I had options. I'm giving them a big fuck you. I'm out of here. You gonna threaten me with my job? Hey, like, oh, I got a stack of papers. That good? I said, okay, go ahead, hire them. I'm gonna go across the street and make just as much money. I'm not gonna make any more, but they're not gonna fucking threaten me with my job. And I can't imagine working for the government right now. I really can't.
That's what's semi happening to me. And I got
I
another
understand.
coworker, and she's having a similar issue, and she'll call another coworker crying about it. I'm like, the first thing came out my mouth is when you felt like they were threatening you, because she's the type person that she wants everybody to like her, and she doesn't get
Yeah.
the language barrier and not being raised in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody ain't gonna like you. These people are feeding off your fear. And when he talked to me about it, I said the first thing in her mind should have been, can I go get a job somewhere else?
They
Because
were just Solomon was just touching about it last night. The whole abuse is not abuse isn't always physical. And
it's
then the
not.
worst part of the abuse is the mental part. And that's exactly what these people are doing. They're almost taking the iceberg slim's pimp manual, you know, for workers, for their employees.
I just adopted your attitude. I mean, I've been not that way, but there was a time when I let it bother me early this year. Now I don't, because they're trying to do the same to me as her, and I'm just completely unbothered.
Good for you.
And in part because I'm starting this soap business, and in part because I'm trying to go back to my old command once this
Well, you've
stuff
got
lifts.
backup. This is the
Yeah.
difference.
Yep.
You've got backup. You've got plans. These
Yep.
people don't,
They sure don't. They'll
and
sit
that's
there.
where it's at. You know,
They sit there knowing they're uncomfortable. I'm like, I can't make you any more comfortable than you want to be. But
Mhm.
these people threatening me have no intrinsic meaning to me, because I got 19 years. I'll just go get a lawyer and call it a day.
However, this is what you said you were up for a promotion.
But Brandon, that's what I'm saying.
That's dangerous. Getting a promotion nowadays
Getting a
is
promotion
dangerous.
right now is dangerous because you're still considered in that probation period, and then you're considered, and that's where they're laying off people.
You go right in the front of the line of everybody who can get kicked out.
Okay. Y'all are missing this right now. I've
sorry.
been in the
I'm sorry.
government
Please
for
speak.
19 years.
I
No
understand.
matter where you transfer to, okay,
Mhm.
when you get that 5 years, you're hard to get rid of. I'm at 19.
Yeah.
Now, if they were promoting me to a GS13, you would be right. But I was
Exactly.
only going to a 12, and they're threatening my 12. And I'm sitting here thinking, y'all pay me good money as an 11, and they're shocked that I'm not bothered by it.
Mm-hmm. That you're not kowtowing to what they.
But do you know? Yeah, you know why
Yeah.
they're playing with me and her. Her, they don't really want there. And I've been told by 2 reliable people that they don't want her there. She just doesn't realize that with me, they know I have the option of going back to my old job next door, and they don't like that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You got options.
Employers don't like it when you got options.
I'm like, you know what? Keep threatening me and keep your money. I was never gonna stay here to begin with. I was always gonna go back to my older employer. But I'm just waiting for Trump to quit playing games and lift this stupid hiring freeze.
Mhm.
Oh, that you know what? That's his co-president that decided to do that. Elon.
Yeah.
And I don't even want to get into that stuff about all these South Africans coming here.
Oh, that's a whole nother fucking night.
Like, oh, yep, that's a whole conversation. But what I'm saying is, if you don't get paranoid about what's happening, just have some backup to last you at least a week to 2 weeks. See, Brandon will be fine because he works in a country club where he gets free meals. So, and then you grow like avocados and pineapple and coconut.
I don't grow enough to live off of. I could possibly, if that's what I did full time here. I've got enough land to do that. I got enough, I do.
But you do have enough to last you a few days, though.
Oh, I've got my pantry is very stocked.
But that's what I'm saying. There are people. What you all say about Section 8? Some of them people don't. They live paycheck to paycheck. They ain't got that.
Sometimes day to day.
Day to day.
Sometimes day to day.
And I
If
keep.
they don't get a
telling-
job at the labor pool that day, they're eating a pack of ramen noodles for 17 cents. Well, I don't know. No, they're not even 17 cents anymore.
Aren't those things?
Back when
over
I was
a
broke,
dollar?
they were 17 cents.
I remember they were 50 cents in the 90s when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
I transferred this message over to my notes so that I could show it on here. Let's see if you can read it.
Oh, it's blurry. Thanks to you, I am up to something.
6K.
6K. But see, I'm touching on what Brandon said. When when you grow up rich like that, you don't give a darn about screwing other people.
Of
'Cause
course not.
He got his.
That's
stupid
why I don't
little TV.
understand that all these working class and middle class people think that this guy
Blows my mind.
No,
has any type of anything toward any of us. Nothing. He's
the fact
never
that,
worked a day in his life.
the fact that they keep defending him when it's obvious that he don't care. That's what I'm ticked off about. Y'all are starting to see it now, and you still acting stupid. Why?
Still.
What I'd like to also say is someone say, well, he's a businessman. We need a businessman in there. Yeah,
We
he's a
don't not in
businessman.
not in
How many
not in
companies
not in
did he
government.
bankrupt?
You cannot run a country like a company. It doesn't work like that.
Not only that. Look at his business background. How many
Horrible.
businesses he bankrupted? He bankrupted a casino. How do you bankrupt a fucking casino?
And with just that one alone, never mind the other 5, just that one, you bankrupted a casino. What the hell?
Exactly.
Just with that alone, how could you some idiot try to justify? Listen, I asked the question, how can he be considered a great businessman when he's never had a successful business?
Exactly.
Oh, well, everybody goes through that. No, he's 70-something years old. Until he has an actual successful business, then you can come out and say, okay, so the previous losses were learning whatever. No, he ain't learned shit.
As much as I'm no longer a fan, it seems to me like Trump's name wasn't doing well till his 3 oldest kids took over. Because you never hear about, and don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan. You don't hear about his children being failures.
His children, their children haven't amounted to shit.
I don't know.
They really haven't.
Ivanka did have a successful clothing line and brand, but she gave it up during his first presidency, which I thought was stupid because
she had to. If she were a part of that's when there was an actual judicial branch that would have gotten on her ass about it because of the emoluments clause. You're not supposed to.
Yeah, I understand.
He was supposed to dissolve all of his business, most of his businesses, and he did not.
Exactly.
And in fact, there were several instances where he was like, he owns a thing in Scotland, and he was making all of his, when he had a political thing over there, he was flying all of his people and putting them in there, running up the government's bill on it, and they were 2-3 hour drive away from where they actually had to go have the meetings of these national meetings with these, I remember that. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but he used to say, Obama was playing golf one day, and he said, if I'm in the White House, I'm always going to be working. I wish I could find this clip, and you'll never see me.
I know exactly the clip you're talking about.
You'll never see me.
He was criticizing Obama for playing what in 8 years. How many times did he play golf? Like 4-5 times. This guy plays golf damn near every day.
Yep. And I wish I had the clip of him saying, I would never. And once I become president, I will. Max.
I want to go back to that message that was sent. This is a person that's thanking me, right? Thanks to you, I am up 6K. This is a person that had nothing, that was deep in debt, and had nothing to fall back on. And I remember, because the professor's always talking about that, you need to be prepared. Well, this person took my message seriously, and he decided to get prepared. Now he's got 6K, and he was able to accomplish that in 2 years. There are a lot of people that don't even have $100 saved up.
Yeah.
So he's got 6K to back himself up just in case something goes wrong. He's another trucker. Look, there's shit with okay. Here we go, right?
Yeah.
The military.
Oh,
We're
Lord
talking
have
about
mercy.
Yeah, Lord have mercy, because this
I'm
man,
starting to see it. Yep.
you seeing it?
Yep.
This man, okay, dodged the draft. How many times? 5 times.
Yep.
He's in college playing sports, but his doctor is claiming that he cannot be drafted because of bone spurs. You're playing football, you're playing baseball, you're playing basketball, while this doctor is writing up that he cannot participate in the draft because of bone spurs while you're playing. And it blows my mind. I've spoken to some dudes that were like in the Rangers. One guy I used to train was a Navy SEAL,
Right.
and they brushed that off like it's nothing. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
It bees like that.
This guy's a draft dodger, and you're okay? You thumbs up with this dude? Really?
Well, Trump had bone spurs.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Is that exactly what you were 2 years?
Yeah, but that not only
he doesn't remember
5 times.
He
5
doesn't
times.
remember what foot it was in at the time.
No, 5 times. But it's not only the fact that he had that his doctor said he had the bone spurs. He was playing sports in college while the doctor was writing that up.
I heard the whole. Yeah. I didn't know you were talking about him.
Yeah. We're talking about Orange Cheeto Puff.
But what kills me is there are people in the military that whatever.
I like Yolanda's description. She was on the live one time, and she was. I guess the TV was flipping on, and she just grabbed the remote and she said, "I can't watch Orange Man. He makes me so crazy." Flipped it.
Look, there's bad, right? There's bad. I didn't get political on the interview yesterday.
No, not.
But
yet,
but the crap I went through in court, that was during the Democratic administration in the state. And the Democratic administration was making it difficult for families to stay together. I am no fan of those people. But there's bad and there's worse. This guy's worse. Okay? guy's worse. Look, man, I really never wanted to break this down in public, but I'm
We
gonna
can
have
change
to.
the topic. We can change the topic and talk about
No,
something.
I wanna mention it. I want to mention it.
Yeah, because I just wanted to talk about preparedness, not him, but keep going.
Well, people are gonna have to get prepared even more so outside of what you mentioned, Professor. Outside of that, you're gonna have to prepare because here's the deal. Okay, right now he is disregarding. Him and his administration are disregarding decisions being made by the district court and the Supreme Court. He is disregarding it openly.
Yes.
Yep.
Openly.
It's what's considered a constitutional crisis.
Correct. Now, something very interesting. I might have to tap into your memory, Professor, because when a military person takes the oath, because I saw a couple of military vets appealing to the public, saying that, appealing to military men and women, that not to forget that the oath you take is to the Constitution.
Yep, not to the president. It's to, because I remember that when I had to raise my hand in Nashville, Tennessee at the age of 19, you were to support the Constitution of the United States, not the president.
And what is it about against enemies, both foreign and domestic?
Domestic, yes.
Also, there's something that states that you can, okay, because the president is the commander in chief, but you can decline to fulfill an order given to you if the order is illegal.
Yep.
But who makes the laws? The legislative.
Yep.
Why do
Who's in the
why do you think he's padding military? He's getting people with the nuclear codes he's getting rid of. He's padding
his
guys in.
The legislative branch is the one that makes the laws. Whose side are they on? They're on his side. So if they decide to pass a bill,
in their defense, some of them are starting to look at what's going on and going, "Whoa, this is."
Yeah, right. They're doing that. They're doing that. They're doing that in front of the cameras, in front of the people. But the real deal is when they vote. I got sick of that lady from Maine and Alaska that were always saying, "Well, we don't agree with this. This is," and then when it comes time to vote, they vote for him. Okay.
Oh,
so,
Alaska is Murkowski, right?
Yes. I got sick of Murkowski with her nonsense.
Yep, because she's full of crap. She keeps on
full of it. Comes on TV. Oh, this is terrible. I can't vote for the S. And after the vote is over and you check to see what she voted for, the crap she said she wasn't going to vote for. Yep. The same with that lady from Maine. Same old nonsense. Oh, this, I got to think about this because this, no, voted right for the damn thing. Every time, without fail. Rand Paul's another one. Rand Paul. Oh, well, that goes against the liberties of this, that, and the third. Oh, yeah, you sound real nice, but what are you voting for? Right. Anyway, these people are the ones that are voting in these laws that are going to vote for these bills and vote for these laws that at one point might have been illegal, but guess what? Well, you're the military man. You can refuse orders because they were illegal. And even if you do refuse, you're not shielded from consequences.
Very true.
Yeah, definitely.
You're not shielded by that. Guess what? They're going to watch your every step, and they're going to hit you with a magical accusation.
Yep, the Article 92.
Insubordination.
Yes, Article 92. Or is it Article 96? I think it's 92.
And it could be for the stupidest shit in the world. Nope, that's insubordination.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're in the Marine Corps, and you're having sexual intercourse with your wife in a position other than the missionary position, you got a problem on your hands.
For real? I didn't know that. Oh, I
Yes.
didn't know
It
that.
depends what state you're in.
No, it don't matter. If you're in the Marine Corps, if somebody were to come, let's say that they're good friends, whatever, they're engaging in wife swapping or whatever the case is,
Yeah.
you're going at it doggy style. Oh, you're one of those guys. You're one of those
Oh,
guys
Lord.
that are. Oh, yeah. You're one of those guys that are not.
DeAndre's enjoying this.
You're loyal to the Constitution. You're not supposed to be. You're supposed to be loyal to the man. And I just witnessed you. Oh no. Oh hell no. I'm reporting this up the chain of command. Yeah. Marine such and such. Yeah, he was all up in it, doggy style. What? Yep. You know what the rules are, man. And you guys were checking them out,
the
right?
technical term is non-missionary position.
There you go, non-missionary. And that's in the code of conduct. So if they want it,
I didn't know that.
yes, it is. No, it is. It is. And if they wanted to mess with you, of course, who the hell is going to be following that nonsense? But it's on the books, so that whenever they want to jam you up, they just go to the books and say, "Well, here it is. It's written clearly. You ain't supposed to be doing that."
Well, I'll give you an example outside of that, though. You know, my wife works in retail, and what they do is they have an undesirable, somebody that they don't want to work there any longer. Okay? Everybody does it. They don't get along with people. They don't click. They don't do their job right, or whatever. All right? They're not openly doing something wrong. So what they'll do is they'll start writing them up for every little thing that they do. Oh, yep. You clocked in 2 minutes late.
Yeah.
2 minutes late? Really? Yeah. No, yeah, I'm going to have to write you up for it. And what they do is they start documenting all of these things. Yeah,
stacking them up.
Late. They were late.
They start stacking.
Were late. A week in a row, they were late, you know. But you might be talking about minutes, you know, totaled up stacking. 5 minutes total. However,
I got written up for walking into roll call 10 seconds late.
Oh, in
corrections. And as a union steward, this person came to me with an issue that needed a union steward, and they still wrote me up. They still jam me up with that.
Yeah.
When they want you, they will get you. So going back to this whole thing about the military,
the guy right next to you came in 20 minutes late, and they like him. And guess what?
And that's what I'm talking about. In the military, you're gonna have, if you want to come out and say, "Well, I'm not going to obey your command because it's an illegal one," good luck with that.
Exactly.
Now
it's hard to be it's anywhere you're at. I don't care if it's private, public, military. It doesn't matter. It is hard to be the whistleblower. It is hard to be.
So where does that leave us with the condition of this country, of the government? Where does that leave us?
A lot of people getting out after they serve their time. What people don't know is that when you go in for 4 years, technically when you sign that contract, if you only do 4, they can call you back for an additional 4 at wartime. So what I did was I did 1 reenlistment. Then I had to go 3 years active reserve. After November 2011, they can't call me back. But if you only did 4 years,
yeah.
Oh, if you young enough and some crap hit the fan, they coming for you.
Mm-hmm.
My husband and I both did. My husband, I think, did like close to 12. So we can't really be called back. But some of these people, I'm getting out after that 4 years ago fast. If you didn't sign up for the reserves after that,
Yeah.
they're coming for you. And the way he's ticking people off, I'm glad I can't be called back.
I don't not see us being militarized. That's the direction that they're trying, and it's kind of scary.
Yep.
It's very
Listen,
scary.
everything is coming down to, hey, Yolanda, you disappeared. You coming
Yolanda.
up now? You coming up now? So everything. Listen, the Supreme Court. You can forget about the Supreme Court.
Yeah, that's true because he stacked them with his own judges.
Yeah, by coincidence,
By
just
what a
by
coincidence. Just
by the one dying right before, and then in the past, normal presidents. I think it was in his lame duck period that the last one died, and he, under normal circumstances, the president allows the next president to judge it, but
But the thing is that now, with the decision that the Supreme Court made, he's a king. He's a king. While he's serving,
you made a
all
quote
he has to do.
you made a quote on one of my channels when I viewed him driving by, and
Mhm.
you said the emperor has arrived.
Yes. Listen.
That was
Now,
3 months ago.
now, in his position, because during that decision, his lawyer said he's justified in sending SEAL Team 6 to take out his political opponent, and as president, serving as president, he can do that.
Yeah, that was
That's
scary when
pathetic, though.
he said that when he was running for office before he was even
Yeah,
elected.
yeah.
That's scary. And
So
I don't think people understand
that, but that's my
the
point.
gravity.
They don't understand. The Supreme Court is no longer anything to. They're out of the picture, because all he has to do is justify with an accusation, and that's it. It's done.
What you were talking about in your father's when your father was growing up? All you have to do is accuse somebody. That's it.
That's all you need to do.
That's it.
And the regime, when my father was a part of that regime,
I love.
okay.
Hey guys, I love having these discussions with you. I'm just gonna throw that out. This is my favorite. You said that the other day, Solomon. This is my favorite little group of people. This is my
That's right.
favorite place. This is my favorite place to be. Solomon, you taught me how to go live, pretty much.
Yeah.
Just
Listen, listen. When one of you guys don't show, like when Double D don't show up or somebody don't show up, I feel some kind of way. I'll tell you right now, because I love having you guys here.
I don't want you to feel no negative way if I don't show
No,
up.
not negative. It's not negative. I mean, I guess you can call it negative. It's sadness. It's not. It's not anger. It's sadness. Yeah, because
because you done got amused and used to having those.
Yeah. It's like we're Spartans. You know what I mean? So check it out. So now, right back, my father and the regime that he was in. All you need, hey, listen, you wanted somebody out the picture? Accuse them of being a communist. Done. That's it.
Out of the way.
Hey,
I'm muting, but I'm listening.
Mr. Byrne, I don't know whether to laugh at this or not, but Jackson just posted a comment. I don't know, is that a joke in that way or what? But
what did he say?
What?
He
People are
said,
getting tired. I'm getting tired. Hopefully, we ain't passing 12 p.m. because I'm finna cry.
Okay, he'll be all right.
I don't
Yeah,
know how
you'll
to
be all
feel
right.
about that.
You'll be all right,
But
Jackson.
this ain't my
Jackson
show.
Bieber Lake.
This ain't my show, but I'm just the messenger.
Jackson Bieber Lake got something to say. Yeah, so that listen, there are people, innocent people. Yo, there's this one guy. The Secret Service went to his crib.
You
The
got to
Secret.
his
Look at that. Did you hear that reaction from the professor?
I
Did you hear
do
that
know
reaction?
I do know that Joe Biden was just
Thank you, Brick with
diagnosed with
family. It's very nice to meet you.
What was that, Professor? Repeat
I,
that.
I do know Joe Biden is all in the news, has just been diagnosed with an aggressive prostate cancer.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just saw
Oh
it today.
no.
Yep.
And
right. But did you hear about the dude that over some criticism, the Secret Service showed up to his house
Oh, they do that now. That's common
ooh,
now. It
over a
should,
critique,
but it should just be a critique, though.
not a threat. Hey, what happened to? I said it before. First Amendment. That thing's gonna go out the door.
Yep.
That thing's gonna go out the door. This guy, Hanasabi, was detained at the airport. He's got his own. Let me find his YouTube.
This is the thing,
He's
is he said when asked in an interview, is he expected to take a constitution, which he did take an oath to protect the Constitution. He said, I don't know, I'll have to talk to my lawyers about that. That was his response, essentially. I'm paraphrasing, but that, as soon as I heard that, I said, ooh.
Yep.
Look at this guy right here. Look at this guy. This guy, and let me see how many subscribers he's got. This is uh Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks. This is
Yep.
Cenk Uygur's
Oh,
nephew.
the Young Turks. Okay, I know who you're
Oh,
talking
yeah. His nephew
I've
was
seen,
buck
I've
wild.
seen
He
him.
does say some very wild stuff, though.
Yeah,
He's got 1.61 million subscribers,
wow.
I've seen
and he
him.
was
I've seen
detained.
videos
He was
before.
returning from France and was detained at the airport and interrogated.
Mm-hmm.
That's not America.
It's not
That's
supposed.
not the U.S.
It's not supposed to be. That
It's not constitutional, is a better way to put it.
yes.
But um,
What do you
this
think
man
about
doesn't have to.
birthright citizenship?
That's going to be amazing.
Birthright citizenship they're trying to revoke.
That's going to be
My
amazing.
mother, I talked to my mother, and she said, well, that doesn't affect me. I said, absolutely it does, because that means just because you're born in this country doesn't make you a citizen.
Do you know who that was designed for specifically?
Who?
No.
African slaves. They weren't
African
citizens until
slaves,
the
or what they call the anchor, the migrants that
no,
were coming in.
no. It wasn't because of them. It was created during for the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was designed specifically to make blacks citizens
Mm-hmm.
because prior to the 14th Amendment, blacks were not citizens here.
They weren't. Remember the Dred Scott case?
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yes,
Oh yeah, Dred Scott sued for his freedom, saying that because he was in a free state, his master couldn't take him back. And then Judge Taney out of the Carolinas said that blacks never could be citizens because they're property.
yep.
Hmm.
So
see,
it wasn't.
There's
So
been
that
several laws after that too, after the 14th Amendment, saying that if you were born of slaves here, you're now citizens. But back then, You were
Nope,
just a
you would.
piece of property that
But
wouldn't.
I thought it was in the original Constitution about birthright citizenship. Am I
No, not for black peoples.
Not for
No,
blacks.
no, no.
You weren't.
I'm
You black.
talking about the words in the Constitution
Okay.
being birthright citizenship if you're born in the United States.
Uh,
Go
I
read.
understand that there was
if you were born here and you weren't black, nobody was gonna kick you out
I'm talking
unless
about
you
the
were born
original.
somewhere else.
I'm talking
Okay.
about the original forefathers writing about the Constitution.
I get what Brandon's saying.
Yeah. However,
Doesn't
for
it
the
state in the original Constitution, if you're born here, you are a
yeah.
citizen.
However,
Okay.
there was an exception. There was an exception in the Constitution. There was an exception. Blacks were not considered full human beings.
They were property at that time.
At that
They
time,
weren't even considered full human beings. They were
Oh,
considered
wow.
a
property.
percentage.
You were
No, they were considered a percentage of a human being.
Oh wow.
But I get what Brandon was saying, is saying that in that original Constitution, it upheld birthright citizenship in general.
Right. Right.
So
In
then
general.
when there was the emancipation,
I learned something
now
every
you've
day.
got all these people. Now you've got these are all people born in the United States. Now they apply to that Constitution.
Nope. Because they're not a full
I
citizen.
know it
They're
didn't
not a full.
happen that way, but
No, they're not full human beings in the Constitution. If you were black, you were not considered a full human being.
We're going in circles right now. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, after the emancipation and now black people are not considered property, or
No,
however they were.
you were free, but you were still not considered a full human being.
You have to remember that's why we celebrate Juneteenth now.
A lot. Oh, let me.
Okay, but before you get to what you gotta say, okay, there were slaves who lived as slaves decades after the emancipation, like in Texas, because the news didn't travel, and some of those masters still kept them on plantations.
Yeah.
Okay, so now DeAndre can go ahead.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
I
that's fine.
was just gonna say, I'm still on the same subject. I was gonna say because a lot of people's like July the 4th, July the 4th. I'm like, I understand. I still don't know why we celebrate the 4th of July. Cause in reality, if I'm correct, our ancestors of the black community was still in the slavery time. If I'm saying it correctly, I might be wrong, but and it's like when we got the holiday Juneteenth, a lot of people's when I used to work at the grocery store, they'll be mad when I asked about Juneteenth. And somebody told me, why do we have to be a Juneteenth? Why do y'all have to have a Juneteenth? I looked. I'm like, because we deserve a Juneteenth, pretty much, if I'm saying it correctly. But
Right. Well, Juneteenth was a dirty ass thing that was done to the African slaves in the state of Texas.
Yes.
When they were freed, the plantation owners acted like, huh? What? We didn't hear nothing. Keep it moving, y'all, because we didn't hear nothing.
That's why I said what I said in my video yesterday about that
Plantation
bill.
that burned.
Yeah, that's why I said what I said. But and I'm gonna stand by that.
I didn't see that.
Oh, in Alabama, that Nottoway plantation. See, I'm a historian, so
Louisiana.
that was Louisiana.
Oh,
My bad. I don't know why I
Louisiana.
keep saying Alabama.
Oh my
I
goodness.
well,
I'm subscribed to a YouTuber that's a historian there.
and I'm a
Oh.
historian. I have my ambivalence about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of indifferent to it. When I found out it burned, I'm like, just let that mug burn down.
Yeah,
It-
yeah, and
and I don't mean to be mean because I'm finding out even some black people now have been going to them things, having weddings, talking about this is a
Mm-hmm.
beautiful set. And I'm like, beautiful
no,
my
it
ass,
ain't.
beautiful my
If
ass.
you discovered the things that were done to human beings on that plantation for the sake of profit, you would be thanking God that that place burned down. And then they're trying to use it like a resort? No.
That ain't, and you know what I said? I also said, I'm gonna stand by this as well. I said, and they better not try to go back and rebuild it. Rebuild it for what? Why rebuild it? Why rebuild a place that brings back so many horrible historic things that has happened to peoples of our community, the
What
black
I
community, and the ancestors? Like, why? Like, that's why I can't watch those type of movies anymore. Like, I know, people should learn about, we should learn about our history. But now that I'm older and I'm a grown adult, I just can't stomach it. Because when I was little, it's pretty much I didn't have no other choice. They pretty much say, you gonna watch this, you gonna watch Roots, you gonna watch this, you gonna watch. I'm
I
like,
remember saying that on your channel, and YouTube gonna freeze my comments talking about a return error. And that's when I got in your comments. It's like YouTube getting on my damn nerves.
yeah, I seen that. I'm like, did I start something? I didn't mean to start nothing. I
No,
was just
because when I was trying to say I don't watch slave movies, they gonna sit there and freeze my comment. I'm like, you
they don't
think
like they don't
they
like the
Well,
truth.
I
should?
wanna ask you guys a question.
Yeah,
Um, wouldn't you want an intact plantation that was completely historically correct to be able to go to and tour and actually say, look, this is where they held the slaves. This is where this is what they did, and be able to actually learn that history and actually see it for yourself.
I
If
want
you're
it
gonna
for
if you're
other
gonna
people.
I mean,
if you're gonna use it if you're gonna use it as a museum, fine. But
Fine,
as a resort, a
as a
profit generating
No,
resort,
well, I
as a
don't know. I didn't
wedding,
know the
yeah, but as a
that
wedding
that
venue,
house has 65 damn rooms in it. What you need with 65 damn rooms for?
Okay, I
cottages,
didn't
they're
know
called
anything about
cottages
it, but I
now.
just knew it was a historical building. And for me, when historical buildings, I don't know. I don't know the dynamics about it, but I
I'm
mean
I'm I'm, I'm
that
okay if it's a museum
yeah,
and it's preserved to show the truth,
yeah.
But
but
as a
not something
resort, that's a little
right.
too far.
Yeah,
You
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
know.
I no, I understand. I didn't realize that they were. I
And,
did, like I said, I didn't know the exact details about it. All I know about was that a historical building, a plantation burnt down, and the only
and
reason I knew it is because I'm subscribed to this other YouTuber who is a tour. Because I love history. I've loved watching it and stuff.
Well, look, I'm going to read this out, okay?
Yeah, go
Now,
ahead.
check this out. Before the 14th Amendment, African Americans, including both those who were enslaved and free, were not considered citizens of the United States.
Mhm.
The Dred Scott decision, which the professor mentioned in
yes.
1857, explicitly denied them citizenship and stated that they had, quote, no rights which the white man was bound to respect, end quote. Okay? According to the ACLU, and listen to this, the 3/5 clause of the Constitution, you are 3/5 of a human being as far as the Constitution is concerned. While meant for appropriate apportionment, of representation in Congress contributed to the perception that enslaved people were not fully human. This is in the Constitution. This is not an opinion by some scholar. No, this is in the Constitution. And that's what I'm trying to say.
It was in the Constitution. It's no longer there.
No. It's still there. But now you got the 14th Amendment saying, no, wait a minute. That's an amendment. That's not an erasure. They didn't erase anything.
Yeah.
That's an addendum.
You can't erase it, but you can.
That's an addition. Yeah.
Well, that's the way they was designed this country, was to make amendments.
Okay. So birthright citizenship was specifically for the descendants of African slaves, because they were not considered. If your granddaddy, great granddaddy, great great granddaddy came here on a slave ship, you're fourth generation born here, but you're still not considered a citizen.
Yeah.
You're 3/5 of a person. So that's why the 14th Amendment had to come in.
Now, how did it include people of mixed race? How did that affect them at that time? Do you know, Miss Helms?
Can you repeat that?
I said, how did that affect people of mixed race?
You have to remember, in this country, if you were one drop of black, you were black. That's just the way it was. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I understand.
Like that. if one of my light-skinned Dominican relatives came over here, they more than likely had a drop of black blood. Guess what? You're black. Even though you got your blue eyes, your green eyes, you're black.
Yeah.
And it's still, and if I may say this, it's still a lot of people in our black community that wants to deny the fact that has identity crisis. That you if you understand what I'm saying, like, you do have a lot. You do have a lot in our community that have identity crisis. They like, no, I'm not black. I'm this. I'm that. Where at?
Right.
Where at?
No, they're creating subspecies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they don't want to. Yeah,
See?
it's like that story about the Puerto Rican that got on the bus in the South, and the driver looked at him sitting in one of the front seats, and he said, "What are you doing? Nah, you got to get to the back of the bus." And the Puerto Rican dude said, "Yeah, but I'm no black." And he said, I don't care what kind of nigga you are. You going to the back seat. What?
Did that really?
Yeah.
Did that happen?
Listen, I've heard that since high school. Yeah, since high school I heard that. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Cause look at this. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Look at him. Dark skin, and I'm proud of it. And I wouldn't change it for nothing.
Wait, DeAndre, you're black?
Yeah. What'd you say now?
You're
DeAndre's
black man,
from
DeAndre?
He's black from the waist down.
I'm dark.
Right?
Okay.
See, I'm dark skinned. I am black. I'm dark skinned. I'm proud.
I wouldn't have noticed. I'm sorry.
He's black from the waist down.
Yeah.
You can't say nothing, huh?
I can't speak on it. I can't speak on it. I can't speak on it. No, I can't speak on it.
But when they're talking about birthright citizenship, that's an attack on the Black American community, and people don't even realize that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
However, the way that they're utilizing the words of it and stuff like that.
Of course.
You can
the propaganda.
If you get rid of that clause of the birthright citizenship, guess what? People don't realize that everybody is subject to, and they're like,
except for Cherokees.
It affects the black people. It doesn't affect me. I've been here for 20 years. I've been here for 3 years.
So you already know if they're mentioning it, it's not supposed to. But guess what? if they're mentioning it, if they're coming at us with that, their plan has nothing to do with themselves, with
Yeah.
evicting
They got a
themselves.
much
No,
deeper. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, unless you're Cherokee or Lakota or Algonquin or something like that, you don't belong
Seminole. In
here.
my area, it's Seminole.
The Seminole, you don't belong here.
And for me, it's the Suquamish and the Mukilteo and the Macau
Yeah, and I
the
saw those
Duwamish.
cool places you
If
went
you ain't
to.
if you ain't got none of that, you don't belong here.
Yeah.
Why don't Native Americans say anything?
That's a good question. They're real quiet.
Yeah, and I don't understand.
What happened?
Why don't
Because
Native
as of right
Americans?
now, the government doesn't affect them. They've got their reservations. They've got
But
their
some reservations are poor, though. I can tell you from experience. Yeah, there's
Didn't
some
you hear recently on the
phenomenal.
news
understand
that they're considering them
every
to
place
get
is
rid of them
different.
too?
What's that?
They're considering the indigenous population to get deport also. You ain't hear about that?
No.
Deport who exactly?
Native
Deport
Americans.
the Native Americans, to deport them too. You ain't hear about that crap?
I don't watch the
Man,
They gonna send
news.
them to
I
El
don't watch the
Salvador? Where
news.
the fuck are they gonna send them?
I
Where
don't
are you gonna send them?
I don't watch the news respectfully. I don't watch the news. I used to, but now I just don't watch the news because it is not nothing good on. I just don't watch it. But I do find out stuff when, when it's on a platform that I automatically subscribe to. That's how I found out. I don't watch the news like that. But
So you get your news from YouTube, is what you're saying, DeAndre.
I get my news from Instagram, Twitter, Facebook.
I don't blame him. It gets depressing.
I don't watch the
I
news.
understand that, but you
I don't watch the news because it depresses me.
I,
It's depressing.
I do sometimes. I don't make it an everyday thing because it can get a little Debbie Downer.
I listen to it every morning. I listen
Oh
to
Lord, no.
NPR on my drive in.
Oh Lord, no.
Usually.
Mm-mm.
You
Nobody
know,
got time
just
for
to
that.
hear the
Because
current events, just to hear what's going on. And
because
this morning I did not, because
Oh,
like I
good
said, I was
Lord,
listening to
child.
Solomon on the way in. You
Oh,
know,
good Lord.
Solomon the Banana Man. Okay, so
the,
thank you, Professor. I'm going to put it up and I'm going to read it. Ready? You guys ready? You guys ready for this?
Yes.
This
Oh,
is the
I
civil.
was in that already. I was just in that, the Civil Rights Act. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Civil Rights Act of 1870, also known as the Enforcement Act. 1870, guys. We're talking about 5 years after the end of the Civil War.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Also known as the Enforcement Act, was enacted to enforce the 15th Amendment, which prohibited denying the right to vote based on race. Listen to this. 5 years after the Civil War, they have to have an enforcement act to enforce the 15th Amendment, which prohibited denying the right to vote based on race. It criminalized actions that interfered with African Americans' right to vote, including violence, threats, and intimidation.
Yep.
The act also empowered the federal government to intervene if states failed to enforce voting rights.
When was women's suffrage? In what time period?
In the 1900s, early 1900s.
Okay, so women got to vote before anyone that had any shade darker than mine, essentially.
Well,
Well, it really was
technically,
in the
Yeah,
1800s because Frederick Douglass tried to get with Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and that's a whole nother mess. But keep going.
technically speaking, blacks were supposed to be able to vote after the 14th Amendment. After the 14th
not
Amendment,
women.
1857. Well, it didn't specify whether black women could vote or not. But
I think
even though,
it was very clear in the Constitution all men are created equally, and I think that
right,
that's
right,
what they kind of
that's what that's what they said, with the exception of African Americans. They made that clear. It's written in the Constitution.
yeah,
You are not a full human being. You
yeah,
are
yeah.
3/5 of a human being. So no, you are not allowed to have citizenship, and you are not allowed to vote because you're not a full human being. So after the 14th Amendment, yeah, you're allowed to vote. 14th Amendment, 1857, you're allowed to vote, but can you vote? Apparently not, because in 1870, you have to create the 15th Amendment to make sure nobody antagonizes or unalives somebody who's black who's trying to vote.
Mm,
So you have to make another amendment
yeah.
to enforce some type of protection in order for black people to vote. Another amendment.
Mm.
So
I want to thank you guys because I'm actually learning a lot.
well, listen. I want you to learn this too.
Sure.
People were being unalived for attempting to vote, even in the 50s,
Oh yeah.
Yep.
the 1950s.
Yeah.
People were being unalived for attempting to vote,
Yep.
even after all the laws, after all the everything.
Because I watched the I will say this, the only movie that I probably watch is the Rosa Parks story because of Angela Bassett. I truly love her. She's one of my favorite actresses.
And there was a woman before Rosa Parks.
Yes, it was, I don't forgot her name.
Claudette Colvin.
Yes, that's her name because she's the first woman
Repeat
to
that.
Nope, she
have
was.
that
What's
happen.
She was.
what was her
Rosa
name?
Rosa Rosa Parks
No,
was
no,
the
I
most
know who
popular.
Rosa Parks
Oh,
is. Who was the one before?
Claudette Colvin.
Claudette, yeah.
She was a
Claudette.
16-year-old unwed mother who slept with another woman's husband. So the NAACP thought she was a liability, so they used Rosa. But before the both of them, it happened in a movie theater in Nova Scotia, Canada, to an Afro-Canadian named Viola Desmond. More than a year before Rosa Parks, the Afro-Canadians had already done it through Viola Desmond. Let me type her name in his thing.
Okay.
Because at that time, Nova Scotia was a very racist place.
Because in the scene, that's probably the
Well,
only movie.
that's kind of funny because nowadays, my black friends and my Spanish friends,
Mm-hmm.
when I was working in Michigan, they would go up to Canada, and they said they went to Canada and they said it was so different from America how people treated them, and it was not, it was just a simple of, you know, they
I
walked into
well,
the
if you
gas
if you
station
look
and
into Canadian if you look into Canadian history, you're gonna find some really nasty things that they did to a bunch of different people, especially the natives.
Oh yeah, what they did to the Cree Indians. Oh wait. Woo.
I don't know anything about Canadian history. I'm struggling to get a hold of American history, and now you're gonna throw another country on me, Solomon. I don't think that's fair.
He's like, it's not fair.
That let me look.
I've got a great story of my friend who was Mexican. And I told you, I don't know if you guys want to hear this. If you guys got something else to say,
I want to ask you something.
yeah,
When you say Mexican, what do you mean? Because most Mexicans, they're indigenous. They're pure-blooded Indian.
The real,
Most Mexicans.
yeah, not the ones that have been mixed race with
Right.
African and freaking European.
No, he's a guy. He's a baker from Guadalajara, Mexico. He
Okay.
was about 250 pounds, and
Oh
he was
wow.
the baker. And me and him rode from Palm Beach up to northern Michigan.
Oh Lord, that's a drive.
Well, that's where we were working for the summer at that time. And we had an 80-pound Colombia girl, Alejandra, who is still, these guys are still, if I ever bump into them, they're, they've all lived, everybody separates. This
I
is,
get what you're saying. Yeah.
but they were close friends. We were driving up. This was my tornado story. I don't know if I told you about that.
Wow. Okay.
He was the 300-pound guy. And then when I ran into the hotel room, I said, "You're sleeping closest to the bed or to the bathtub." Because they said, "Get in the bathtub if the tornado hits, because that's the safest spot you could be." And I told Pedro, I said, "You're closest to the bathtub because I don't want you coming in on top of me."
Oh wow. Okay.
I don't want to be smushed.
Okay.
And so he was
Okay.
closest to the bathtub. And then it was me. We were sharing rooms because we all got paid to go up. Max, stop. Sorry. We all got paid to drive up to these country clubs. They paid us, to travel expenses or whatever.
Yeah.
So it was better to just share. So we would get a hotel room and all three of us would stay there.
So going back to the topic at hand,
Sorry.
Black Americans, it's only recent that some of the horrors, most of the horrors, have scaled back. That's recent history, and it's crazy to me that there are people. Well, I was born in '65. That's a critical year for Black American history. That's a critical moment.
Yep. The last year of the baby booms.
Yep. And the Civil Rights Amendments.
Yep.
Right around 1965. So there were struggles when I was born. There were struggles in this country that left members of my community unalive through acts of violence just because of their color.
Oh
That's
yeah.
it. And not too long ago in Texas, there was a black man that was dragged and unalive when they tied him up to a pickup truck and dragged him for miles.
Jasper, Texas.
I mean, to have that kind of stuff go on. Well, not too long ago, the professor was talking about the disappearance of some twins in the Atlanta hills.
Yeah, I read about that and heard about that. That was heartbreaking.
And there's white people saying I wouldn't go up in the woods at night. I'm like, oh, it's one of them deals.
Oh wow.
And there are still to this day sundown towns in a variety of states.
Yep. We have one, a trucker came up missing 2-3 years ago. The last they heard, people were knocking on his door, calling him the N-word. He ran out of the room in distress, and nobody's seen that guy. Last time they found him, he was dead. And that's in Washington State during the pandemic.
Wow.
Because I watched this movie called Mississippi Burning.
Ooh, Lord.
And that was based on true
Do you remember what year that was? Do you remember what year that was, D?
The movie came out in 1988. But
no, the event. When did that event take place?
talk about the event that I'm about to tell you about.
Yeah.
1964, June or July of
A year before I was born. A year. 1 year before I was born, this shit is going on. I'm alive right now, and this shit is happening damn near within my lifetime. What kind of shit is that?
And,
I don't know.
And before I tell all y'all what I seen, in that movie, what really got me, I think it was in 1964 or five that
Medgar
Edgar,
Evers.
I can't pronounce the name. I don't want to get it
Medgar
back.
Evers, yeah.
Yep,
Medgar
Medgar Evers.
Evers. He was unalived in Jackson, Mississippi, where he stayed, and he was getting out of his car, better yet, getting in his car, and he was unalived by a KKK member, an older member.
Byron
Yeah.
De
And
La Beckwith.
yes, and what I'm about to tell y'all, what I'm really about to tell y'all, what I want to tell y'all. In the beginning of the movie, it was two white T guys and a black guy back in 1964. I think they was working at the same place and they got pulled over and the police was dirty. If you know, you know. The
Yeah.
police at the time they
Of
were dirty.
course. In the
They were
South,
oh
please.
oh yeah, they was dirty. And this happened in Philadelphia, Mississippi back in 1964. And they was calling these two white dudes. They all was in their 20s. They was calling the white dudes, oh, so you a an in lover, you a in lover, like that.
Oh, they didn't have to call them end lovers. Do you know why?
What?
Because they were a part of something that they hated even more than blacks, believe it or not.
Oh yeah.
They were
And
Jews.
oh but you know what happened? You know what happened after that? They pulled them over, made them get out the car, and then the police started harassing them and then started unaliving them. And one of those evil policemen was like, oh wow, I can really say that I shot me an N-word. I can really, oh, I'm so proud. I shot me an N-word. I shot me an N-word.
But
And
right around those times,
The
people were
last
being people were being hung, and families would come out to watch it and applaud that stuff with their kids.
Oh yeah,
th-
those barbecue.
what?
Yeah, the barbecues where they barbecue their skin too sometimes.
Yeah.
Yes, they
No.
did. Don't go look at the
Listen,
photos. Yeah.
lynchings, lynchings right around that time was a family affair, was a family event. So everybody could come watch this person die by hanging with
Yep.
the kids around, and they were applauding, and it was yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah.
I will and I will say this, but you know, right? You can tell when some stuff was going to go down. I think I even, when I was younger, when I had to watch those movies, which I do not watch them anymore, because it's my choice not to watch them because it brings back so much,
It's very painful.
painful to withstand. But if I may say this, you could tell when someone in our community is about to get harmed because they will come, they will bomb the churches, throw sticks inside the churches, then turn
But
around.
that happened what, 6 years ago? That happened
Yeah, you talk about that incident I was telling you about.
in South Carolina.
Yeah,
Come on, man. We're past the 2000s, and this nonsense is still going on.
it's still going on.
What about this dude that went to the supermarket in Buffalo, New York? Okay, with a assault rifle and wiped out some people up there
Yep.
on some racial nonsense.
Remember, there was a white person in there he was passing, and that's what was real weird. He scared the white person who was in there shopping. It's like, oh, I can't shoot you because you white. I remember that. You don't remember that part of it. I'm serious. As well, oh yeah, I'm not gonna shoot you. You white. But the white person didn't see it that way. All they saw was a gun, and it scared the crap out of him
Of course.
because he didn't realize that white people shopped in that store.
And and it's still going on, this nonsense. Still going. Look at that white supremacist that went to Texas over that incident with what's this kid's name? That he stabbed some kid,
Carmelo Anthony and Austin
Carmelo
McGarry.
Anthony.
And
Yeah,
Eric Metcalf. I don't even
yeah.
really know what happened with that situation.
I don't know either, but the thing was that this white supremacist was trying to convince the victim's father to do some kind of stupid racial nonsense, and the father said, "Shut your mouth, man. I'm not down with that."
Yep. The white father was like, "You're not going to use my son's death for that."
Exactly.
To try to bring up some racial tension.
Yeah. I mean, listen. Oh my goodness. This day and age, this nonsense is going on. This day and age.
There's no such thing as white genocide. Ain't nobody trying to wipe out all white people. I don't know who Stephen
No.
Don't nobody believe it. Nobody in their right mind want to wipe out whole races of people. That stuff is behind us.
Exactly.
That is so ridiculous.
Yep, the fact that some people still believe and push that lie is just absolutely astounding to me. There ain't no such thing as a white genocide. It's not gonna happen. We know some stuff was wrong and happened in the past, but that don't mean nobody said, "Oh, all white people need to." I don't believe that.
No,
nobody got time for that.
That's just pure dumbness.
But that's why some of them are helping them South African refugees. Oh, white people. And then you got white South Africans coming out telling the truth, saying there is no white genocide here in South Africa. What are y'all talking about?
There is none. There is none. And not only that, how many hundreds of years were your ancestors there, and what were they doing?
Yep. Where'd Brandon go? I think Max is acting up.
Yeah, he is. He said he'd be right back. Max is acting up.
Yep. I'm gonna stay on till 11:15.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go take a shower and a little bit get ready to go to bed.
Because I'm doing some laundry and I had to cut out the mic because the machine want to do an earthquake and shake. So
I gotta do laundry in my bathrooms tomorrow.
I was gonna mop my floor today, but I guess I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll do mine over Memorial Day weekend.
I got it delivered tomorrow morning at 7:30.
Oh wow! You better go.
You need to be in the bed.
Bed then.
I got this big stuffed animal that I share my bed with.
See, stop.
There you go.
We had
it wasn't gonna last for long. You were doing so good.
That's what I'm saying. You was all right, and then you had to go act up again.
You was doing so good.
Excellent. And you had to go act up.
You was doing so good, and now you're acting up.
Now you're acting fool.
Okay, well, you know what?
Yeah, go ahead, because we know you're going to do it.
Yeah, go ahead. It's in your blood. You can't do it.
Yeah, you just can't resist.
It's not even like that.
Yeah, it is. That. You know it is.
Just wanted to... Oh, Homestead!
What's wrong with you?
Homestead, have you been in it? Homestead just can't... Homestead, you just come in or... Okay, you've been here. Okay. You just wasn't able to comment. Okay, don't make me nervous because remember what happened.
Hook it up, Homestead.
I hook it up.
Coleman here. Listen, you came right on time because, as you can hear, these people here have very little faith in what I'm about to show them.
Yep, we don't want to know about it because you're gonna act up.
I just wanted to show you the honey.
You like honey the same way I do. I got a surprise for you.
So I'm glad. I just wanted to show you the honey that I was gonna pour on my nuts.
No,
that's
see,
it. That's all. You know what's
there you go.
What's the big deal?
Don't know
what's the big deal?
How to act?
Hey,
at all.
Oh, that reminds me of a joke.
Oh, good night.
Homestead.
Look it up.
No, she thinks we're leaving right now. That's why she's saying
Oh,
that. I
okay.
think. I
Okay.
think. But I got a joke for you guys, and I want you to remember. Um. So so
It's 9 comments down here.
little Johnny is in class,
Right.
and the teacher is asking all the kids, "Okay, I'm going to shout out the letters of the alphabet. I want you to make a sentence with that letter. Okay. The first letter is A, and all the kids are raising their hands, and there's Johnny raising his hand. And she looks at Johnny and said, "Nah, Johnny's a mess. I ain't picking on him. Because with the letter A, he could say ass, he could say anal, he could say all kinds of crazy shit. I ain't picking him." So she moves on to the next letter, B. There's Johnny with his hands up. The teacher's thinking B. He might say something stupid like bitch or balls or something. Nah, I'm not picking it. But she goes on down the line with all the letters. And finally, she gets to the letter R. And she says, "Now, who can make a sentence with the letter R?" And now everybody's raising their hand. And Johnny's all frustrated, going, "Me, teacher, please me." And the teacher's thinking, letter R. What the hell could he say with the letter R? I can't think of anything.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Johnny, go ahead. Make a sentence with the letter R.
Very good.
Yes, I saw a rat with a dick this big.
Oh,
Oh my.
you ain't nice.
You is not right.
You just know you wasn't right for
You
that.
is cutting. Oh, you were so good, and I was so proud of you.
Me too.
You was doing so well. What
What
happened?
happened to
Let
me?
me get rid of your disappointment.
Got no sense at all.
I'm saying though, hey, D, you shouldn't laugh because I ain't dipping cookies in my honey, okay?
Too much information.
You trying to be funny, ain't you? Not you throwing
Hey,
shade.
no, hold
Okay.
on. No, because hey, okay. So I just said that, but if I'm honest, yeah, I'll take the chocolate and the vanilla cookie, and I will dip it in my honey.
Yeah, we know.
Okay,
You know you would.
Oh, best believe.
Let's believe it's gonna happen.
I will dip it.
Yeah, we know. You like dipping.
A You know what? That got me hungry. Believe it or not,
They got you what?
hungry.
You say what now?
Dipping chocolate and vanilla cookie in my honey got me hungry.
Oh wow. You shouldn't eat sweets before bed.
You sure
I
shouldn't.
shouldn't. I shouldn't.
You should
I
eat
shouldn't eat
something
sweets at
more
all.
balanced. Yeah,
You should.
eat something more balanced because you
How
got to get
about
up early.
hot water soup? Yeah.
What?
No,
No.
no.
Eat you
Huh?
if you wanna eat you a banana or
Oh, hey, whoa,
a bowl of
D, what are
cereal
you
or
talking about?
something. Like eat you some fruit, an apple, a banana, or some fruit or
Yeah, if
What
you're
you
gonna
something.
eat
mean?
sugar, yeah.
What you mean a
Yogurt.
banana?
What?
I don't know. That sounds crazy.
I was trying.
We were talking about the fruit. You don't
Yeah,
make
we were talking
sense.
about fruit. What was you thinking
What
of?
was you talking about?
Y'all's
We
tripping.
look at him trying to turn it back on us. It don't work that way,
He
but
he tried he tried it, Miss Professor. He tried it.
it's not working.
But I'm gonna tell you what I need to stop doing. I need to stop drinking water before I go to bed because I know I be getting up going to the bathroom in the middle of the night
What?
when I'm
Me too.
sleeping good.
I do that a lot too, like 4 or 5 times a night. It's not good for me.
And it
I
ain't
just
good.
strapped. I just strapped a tube, and
No,
I just what?
mm-mm,
I
We
just
we
I
we,
just
we
let
didn't
it
ask for
go.
all that.
Let it go.
no, we don't. We want to go and let it go.
Because let me tell you, it is not good to hold your urine when you sleeping good.
Yeah, you
It's not.
get UTIs, right, for doing that.
Oh yeah,
You can get rich off that stuff. They wrote a song about it.
No, they don't. You don't get rich from that.
Yeah, they wrote a song about it. I'm surprised you haven't heard it. Nah, I'm sure you heard it. It goes like this. You're in the money. You're in
No,
the
you ain't
money.
right. You know you
Huh?
ain't right. You act like I didn't catch that. You ain't right.
Uh-uh.
Uh-uh.
That's a song.
Yeah, I know. It's
That's the
called
song.
Ginger Rogers. I'm in the money. That's Gold
Oh,
Diggers of 1933. I know where it comes from Ginger Rogers, that old
I,
actress.
I I can't even get one over on you, Professor. Not even one.
No, you know how I am. Nice try. I know about Gold Diggers of 1933.
Oh shit, gold diggers. That's foul.
Well,
Yo, D,
huh?
you look concerned about something. Are you looking for chocolate and vanilla cookies?
No. I was thinking of something. Was
Hmm.
thinking I'm about to put this other load of laundry on.
Hmm.
I
Okay.
do laundry tomorrow morning too. It's gonna be interesting. I'm about to take a shower and hit the sack. I'm very tired. I mean, after holding them big gigantic snakes today, that was just kind of a lot.
I
Woo
understand
wee.
that. I'm probably about to go and take care of this stuff.
I'm gonna go grab that stuffed bear I got in my bed.
No, nobody cared.
Lord.
Hey, look, we done told you. No, we done
you
sat
and
here and told you.
you and that bear.
We done sat here and told you, boo boo.
I
But
think I think
you study being hard headed
Hard headed and
and
bad.
managed.
I don't know. I don't understand. I
But
mean,
I had to come on here and show my support because I
listen,
missed it
D, I'm
yesterday.
serious. When you're not around, listen, you guys are the core. You, Jackson, you guys are the core. Homestead, you guys are the core. When the core ain't together, I get sad, believe it or not. I really do get sad.
I'm so sorry. Well, I tell you what. I'm gonna do my best to make it to everyone that I can.
I want you to make it up to me. You know how?
How?
I'm scared.
Get me some of them chocolate and vanilla cookies,
Oh,
okay?
good
Let's
God.
start dipping together. Let's dip together, D. Yeah,
No, got issues.
let's
Oh
dip
my goodness.
together. Let's dip together.
You
I
don't
done
need
Yeah.
that.
started something.
You don't
Hey,
need
Phoenix is in the house. Phoenix, you can't. Oh, that's right. You slept throughout the day. Phoenix is here.
Well,
Phoenix is amazing, by the way, guys. In case you didn't know. Phoenix is amazing.
who
I can
who
show you before you guys leave. I can show you Phoenix.
I'm scared.
I can show you. No, don't be scared. Phoenix don't go dipping her vanilla and chocolate.
You're gonna use this. You gonna use this against me every time I come in this life.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
you did have a technique going. I was impressed too. I mean, the way you
Did
was
you
doing.
you scoped it?
Yeah, I sculpted it. I'm like, good night.
That shit is just impressive, man. I mean, hey,
Yep,
you guys don't realize that.
there's levels to this stuff. I mean, he was on it.
There's levels.
It really is.
There's something that I normally do when I'm having a cup of coffee. I eat me like a little sweet cake or a cookie or something. Take my.
You ready for the fall though? That's all I'm saying. In case stuff hit the fan, you need your coffee stacked up.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna start stacking up. I'm gonna get the grind coffee, the instant coffee, any coffee I can.
Yep.
Close
Gotta
your
do
mouth
that.
No,
before
Close your
fly
mouth.
fly in.
Yeah, because you got this. We knew where that was going. Close your mouth. I gotta send y'all both some soap in either the spring or
Cause
fall.
I'm on my last bar.
Yeah, I know. Fourth, I got y'all Memorial Day weekend, and
Thank
that's
you.
coming up. Yeah, that's yeah. I'm
Thank you. I'm very patient and I'm very appreciative of the soap because I really been using it and I love it. I use it with my body wash and stuff. It is amazing.
Yep, the current one is about to cure by the time you get it to y'all, shipped to y'all, it'll be ready to use. So you ready to go?
Thank you so much.
If I get Friday off like I'm supposed to because of how my job works, I'll send it Friday. If not, I'll do it on Memorial Day.
Yes,
Right
ma'am.
here, y'all. Rising Phoenix. This is her channel.
I'm gonna if I can get the link, I will subscribe.
The link? What, like the sausage link? Hold on.
Stop it.
Oh Lord,
Stop.
What?
I'm actually trying to be good.
I'm gonna get the link. I'm gonna get the link right here. What the heck? Why is this thing not allowing me to? Not allowing me to. What the hell? What the hell going on right here? Let me copy and let me paste this mother lover right here. Oh my God, I scared myself when I did that.
Oh, you're about to say you act like you got a demon in you for a second. Like what?
So did.
Like the devil took over. Like what's wrong with you?
I'm like, Mr. Burns, I know you have a lot going on in your head right now, but we don't need nothing from the exorcist. We don't need nothing like that.
Oh, there it is. There's her fang. I'll put her thang up in there.
Where do you
Her
be
Lord.
thang.
finding all these people anyway?
That's whenever I go out, I bump into them.
It's like who don't you know?
He don't know
Uh,
it. He don't know. You don't know it, but your channel been growing and growing and growing, and I'm proud of you.
You really have, yeah. I
You better
take
keep listening. You better keep doing what you're doing because you don't know it, but you is really bringing peoples to your channel. You is really having people's glued to your channel.
yeah.
And I
I'm gonna tell you the secret
What?
if you're willing to. Um,
If it ain't nothing goofy.
what? Why would it be goofy? Nah,
behave, behave.
Hey.
it is because I actually show people. Um, I show them when I dip chocolate and vanilla cookies
Oh God, see we
at the same time,
Damn,
baby.
damn,
Yeah.
damn,
No, listen.
you
That's
just
why.
couldn't be serious. You just couldn't.
damn, 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 damn.
That's that. Hey, that's that's why I didn't get on. I didn't get on. I wasn't the first one to get on Double D's case about that because that's my little technique. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's a lie. It magically became
I
your
hopped on.
technique. Okay.
I hopped on the bandwagon.
If you say so, boo boo.
Rising Phoenix, why are you going to change your bio? She's down to earth, man. Seriously.
I'm definitely gonna give her a subscribe.
Oh,
What's wrong with you?
what's wrong with me? Look at this question right here. Oh,
Oh
We already had that
Lord.
conversation. He dips it in coffee. What's wrong with you?
ooh. Inquiring minds want to know, baby. He dipped it in coffee, Phoenix.
I
I
dip.
know that kind
How
of.
you doing, Rising Phoenix? I dip my cookies in coffee.
Damn, you say that like whatever, right? Like,
Yeah, but it was a whatever. Look at his dipping technique, and we discussed this already. DeAndre's a pro with that. He was dunking it like LeBron James. We talked about this.
And it's
uh,
to me, it's very soothing. You know, I like it. It's something that I always have done.
no, but it's not. No, D, you're missing the point because we saw the technique. We saw the technique.
You
Yep,
talking about the dribble?
yep.
No.
We
Oh,
talking about
oh
the dip.
man.
You dip
What?
like
Yeah.
you did
You
an
talking
Air
about
Jordan. Yep.
What you had? Like how you dipped it? Yeah. Look at
How
that.
you dipped it? You was
Yo,
like I baptized it in
you didn't even bend your wrist. You just
wrist.
hey.
You just went boom.
Like, yo, direct blow.
Like a nurse giving a tetanus shot real fast. Boom.
A direct blow.
She said you got to have a huh?
I
A
don't
con
understand what that means.
in this land of milk and honey.
What it mean a
That's
con?
for Brantford. Don't sweat the technique. Hey,
That's for
Brandon. That's for there's
oh.
Brandon. Brandon, Rising Phoenix is here.
I know. I saw. I made a
I'm
few
a
comments. I
I'm a
encouraged her to come
I'm gonna
on.
go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and start this other load of laundry real quick.
Are you
Okay.
gonna dip while you do that?
Sadly, no.
He ain't
Oh
dipping
man.
no more vanilla and chocolate. Stop it.
Yeah, but I'm
Nothing
thinking,
wrong with that, Miss Helms.
Of course
but
not.
It's
I
not the
think
dipping. It's
I
the
think
technique that he was using.
I'm gonna.
Hey, you know what? Everybody's got their own little technique, and that what makes us individuals, and that's what make us unique.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did, Jackson. Jackson, Beaver Lake, we saw that. We saw that, Jackson,
Okay,
Beaver Lake.
Okay, I
Um,
didn't know that I saw
I'm
that.
a I'm
Okay,
gonna
I didn't
go.
see that.
it's
I'm
good
finna
night,
go, y'all.
y'all.
I'm about to go take care of
Yeah, I
this
need to go
stuff I'm gonna
ahead
have to go
and
do.
take a shower. I got to be
Where you
up.
going?
Phoenix,
Water.
jump in. Phoenix is awesome in lives. She does lives all the time.
But I wanted to thank each and every one of y'all for letting me come in.
Me too.
No, D, thank you for dipping the way you did.
Y'all are very welcome.
D D.
Uh huh.
Thank you for being a friend.
Ooh,
Thank you.
let me touch myself. Let me touch
No,
myself.
Thank you.
no,
Thank
That's for
you.
Jackson. That's for Jackson apparently. So
Oh wow.
no.
Ooh.
Well, to everybody that's in the chats and everybody that's on here, I hope y'all have a good one and thank y'all for letting me come on.
You
This is for
welcome.
you, D. This is for you.
Thank you.
Because I love you. It's got erythritol. Okay?
Okay, thank
That's
Okay.
you.
love. That's love.
Well, I'll see y'all next time
All
or
right.
whenever y'all do another live.
All right. See you later.
See y'all
DeAndre,
later.
awesome seeing you, man.
Thank you. You too. Y'all
Have
have a
a
good one.
wonderful night.
You too.
There you go. All right, y'all have a good one.
You too.
All right.
Oh my goodness. Bye, y'all. Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
D, you cutting up, D.
Bye.
Mm.
Woo-wee.
You just acted up tonight.
Who?
Yeah,
Uh,
I introduced Phoenix in here. I met Britt. I met Yolanda through
yeah,
Rising Phoenix on just some lives when I was in between. I get like an hour or two break and I sit in my car to get away from the atmosphere at work and
right.
just to unwind. And what I do is I was going on YouTube and just watching other people's lives and stuff like that. I was fortunate to have met both of them because both of those are wonderful people that I've met in my life, you know?
Well, I have fun watching Rising Phoenix. She goes to work.
Yeah. She's led a very interesting life.
See there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Um, Hop on, Phoenix, if you're still here. I can't see the comments. I just walked back into the
All
studio.
right, y'all. I'm gonna
I
go
had
ahead and jump off. It's been a great night. I need to
All
get up
right,
and take care of
Professor.
stuff. You
Good
and
night,
Brandon
Miss
have a good
Holmes. It's
night.
always a pleasure talking with you.
You as
Stay
well.
fresh, Professor.
And keep it profitable.
Oh, you have to fill it in, huh? You ain't want to hear my part, huh?
Yeah, sure didn't. Good night, y'all.
She doesn't like your part.
See y'all. Okay, there it is.
So I
Jackson
was
staying
off. I
true to
was
the
listening
game.
the whole time while I was gone.
Oh,
And I
you
was,
were?
oh yeah, oh yeah. And I laughed my ass off at your little joke you did about little Johnny. I
Oh, you heard the little Johnny joke?
I heard everything. I heard the whole conversation.
Oh, I didn't
I
know
just
you
wasn't
heard
able
that.
to respond. So
Oh, okay.
I responded when I could via text, but
You
I
heard
don't
the
think
other
you
little
guys are
Johnny
watching.
joke that I told, right?
You got 112 comments on this live. I just clicked it.
Seriously?
No, yeah, seriously. You got 112 lives on this.
Wow. Uh-oh.
Hook it
Homestead
up.
got to get up early, too.
Yeah.
She's going.
Hook it up. Thanks.
She's going.
Anytime I'm planting anything or coming up with anything with planting, I tag her in there just so she knows.
We saw it, Jackson Beaver Lake. We saw your comment while you touching yourself. We highlighted it. We pinned it. Now the whole world can see it. What link? What link, Phoenix? What are you talking about? Good night,
Oh, yeah,
Homestead.
repost the link. Sometimes it times out because you've got so many comments. If you got 115 comments, she's not going to get the link. You can't.
Wait a minute. Which link? To her own channel?
No. Put your link in to the paste your link to join the channel. She wants to join.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
Sorry.
It's like what I said was you got 115. When I just about clicked in, you have 115 comments right now. But after a while, it only does a little bit of. This is what I learned with this thing, which I would love to freaking prick your brain or pick your. Freudian
Brandon.
Slip. Sorry.
Brandon, everybody's going to know about us.
Freudian slip. Sorry. Yeah, I'd love to pick your brain about like how you put the I can't figure out on here how to put, you know how you put your laptop on?
Yeah.
I can't figure that out. I can figure out
I'm
how
on my laptop right now.
What's that?
I'm on my laptop right now.
No. I understand, but when you're
Queen Alchemy came back, y'all.
Queen. That's awesome.
Queen, you can come up too if you want to. Come on up.
We are so blessed to be surrounded by amazing people. These guys are awesome. You know,
Butter. Come on up, ladies. Right. Butter. Phoenix is in the house. Oh, go on, girl. Go on.
I'm like, finally. Link.
You know, I didn't know what you were talking about. I had no idea about the sausage link to get up here. I didn't. Hey, sorry about that. I really didn't know. Yeah. I was confused. I thought it was the link to your channel because I wanted everybody to see your channel. So I put the link to your channel.
Oh, I appreciate you for that. I seen that too. It was highlighted. It was all fancy.
You know what I'm saying? With the highlight and everything.
Hi, girl. What you doing up late?
Don't even ask because I don't even know.
You gotta be up early?
I'm supposed to be delivering at 7:30 in the morning.
You did what I did last night. I had to get up.
Yeah. You know how that feels.
I got the day off tomorrow.
Where's Queen Alchemy? She can come up too. What is she doing?
You know how beautiful that would be.
Come on up.
I was just
watching. Come on up, Queen.
That would be awesome.
What you waiting for?
How did y'all get
on one of your last live, Solomon? I was talking about. I was on her live when she did an interview with Slim Jim.
Oh yeah, Slim Jim is amazing.
That was awesome, and she did
Slim Jim is amazing
job as an interviewer. You know.
Yeah.
I thought that was cool.
Queen sounds like she's done this professionally or something. I don't know.
That smells good.
I don't know. I honestly don't know her background. I really don't. But
where is she? Yeah. Did she leave?
I think she's like
when I first started going on, you know, one of the greatest interviewers that I've ever seen. He interviews celebrities. It's that little show, Hot Ones. Have you seen that one where they eat the
Never.
chicken wings that are really spicy?
Oh my God! Finally, round of applause, y'all! Round of applause. Hey, how come I'm
Let's go.
Wow,
Phoenix?
look at this
Phoenix
panel
is
now.
waving. I said applaud, girl. You waving? Oh, you got the other hand full. Okay, here we go. Hey, Queen, welcome up. Thank you for coming up.
Hey
This is a
y'all. What
panel.
y'all
This
doing?
is amazing.
Wait a minute. You're East Coast. What are you doing up at this hour? What time is it?
Me?
I'm East Coast too.
What am I doing
It
that?
yeah, but
I
you
just
work
got
late.
off live.
Huh?
I just got off live.
You
Rising was
just
over
got off.
there in it.
What?
Yeah, Rising was over there with
Good, good Lord. Oh my
me.
God.
Yeah. I have to, I'll be over here trying to make things happen. But no, I was making my
That's
water.
You're not trying nothing. You're
I was
making things happen.
I was
that's support. What is that?
so you know what? I'm not gonna even tell you because you're gonna make a
You already know. You already know.
It's lemon. I was making my water. It's lemon and oranges in my water. It's
Oh,
the
total
juice.
citrus.
Yeah,
Total
and then I
citrus with the oranges giving it that little bit of sweet flavoring, girl. And that's an excellent brew if you want to cut some fat out of your.
I just want to be able to have some water because I don't have no coconut water.
Oh
So
Lord have mercy. That
my
coconut water
juicer
is
broke.
essential.
I had oranges and lemons, but my juicer broke.
Wait a minute. What? Your juicer broke?
Yeah,
Queen, what area do you live?
North Carolina.
Okay,
Where you live?
South Florida.
Oh, okay, Florida.
I got coconuts falling out of
Whoa.
all
That's
over.
a hey. Why would you brag about your coconuts? Okay, whatever. Listen,
Phoenix like that.
hey, okay, we're all adults here, right? I mean, hey,
Hey,
go ahead.
Well, I know they
Oh,
got some coconuts there in Florida for sure, but man, I'm telling you, you don't have anything. It's not anything here for real. Like as far as, but I did see a giraffe here, which is really weird.
what?
Another conversation. Um,
A loose giraffe? Like running in the streets?
yeah, running down my street.
What?
That's not normal.
Hell no. What state is that?
not
I'm
for
just,
me at least.
I'm just.
Listen, I'm ready to believe whatever you say, Queen, okay? I'm ready to believe it. I was it was already in my brain. My brain was
I'm
going, "Oh
tired.
my God."
Laughing. I am tired. Like, but
Yeah,
I need to be.
Exhausted, tired?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be editing right now.
What?
Yes. Yes. I only have 24 hours in a day.
You can't buy an
Eight,
Right,
extra
eight
hour?
of them belong.
right.
Eight
There's
of
not
those.
enough.
8 of those. 9 really, but 8 of those belong to the plantation.
Oh
The
Lord.
other, the other, the first 4 of the day I get for myself. So I edit it during that time, and then I get an hour for lunch. I edit during that time, or I go live. I try to do something with for myself, and then in the evenings I have to, when I get off, I have to go care for my mom, or I'm doing a live interview or something like that, and then I get
Yeah.
back and I still got to go take care of my mom. That doesn't end. Then I come back here. Then I either go live because I got an agenda and I got to get things done, and then I still have to edit. So I haven't dropped any content for 13 days, which is unheard of.
wow.
There's
Right?
a name for that. It's called a full plate.
It's called
Yeah,
You got a
full.
full
definitely.
plate and your plate is overflowing.
Yeah, I do this. That's why I was like, sleep. Go to win.
I'm gonna I'm gonna put up a cheat code right now for this YouTube thing because I'm the laziest man on planet Earth. So this is why I do lives, so that I won't have to edit. I do lives, so I don't have to edit.
Oh yeah, like I've been doing lives. I went on a streak. I went live for 42 days straight.
What?
Yeah,
That's amazing.
yeah. That's how I got all of these watch hours and got monetized so fast.
Holy smokes!
Well,
Yeah.
oh wait,
What?
did you see Jackson's comment?
I can't see any comments. Let
Me
me hold.
either. I gotta put y'all on the TV.
Hold on, I'm going to put it on YouTube.
Queen's 27, Solomon's 88, and I'm 16.
What's he saying?
Percent energy.
Percent of
That's
energy.
that's Jackson Bieber Lake.
Yeah. I just was curious. Okay.
He's good, but I don't know I don't know much about him except for his profile picture. He looks like Justin Bieber Lake.
Justin Bieber Lake.
Yeah, he looks like a cross between Justin Timberlake and Justin Bieber.
Okay,
So I
so
call
why
him Justin
come up?
Bieber Lake. Huh?
This is your live, right, Solomon?
Yeah. Yeah, it's mine.
Okay, so
I hope so.
it's not coming up. SOLO.
Yeah, but because you pay
You're here. How do you not know, Queen?
That's what I thought. I came in on it, but I was like, that didn't mean it.
There's all these random people around.
Let me tell. Let me.
Is it because of StreamYard? Is it because of StreamYard and you're accustomed to the YouTube vertical?
No, I got you. I'm on the. I use StreamYard. That's how I have my interviews.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
You pay for it or you don't pay for it?
I paid.
Yeah, I pay too. I pay way too much.
I don't even know how much I pay to be honest with you, but I'm paying.
I try it for free, and I'm doing all the free options, and I like it a lot better than just going on the YouTube lives. I'll tell you that. 100%.
Let me tell you about it though. Let me tell y'all. Let me share something with you real quick. Both of y'all.
Sure, please.
Share it.
So, first of all, I know how much I'm paying because I thought I was paying. I could have swore I was paying $30 a month. I thought, but I just saw where my payment was declined because I forgot to change the card because that card got compromised. And when it came back and said, "Hey, you didn't make your payment. You owe us $49.99." I said, "Oh,
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Did you get the message from StreamYard?
yeah." It was saying so. That's how I knew. I thought I'd been paying $30. I didn't look. You know what I'm saying? I didn't.
I
Look
mean,
to the degree. I had just.
I mean about the changes that they made.
What did they make?
They made a few changes to the platform, and there are more features. And if you were paying X amount before, there's an increase because now there are more things that you can do. Oh, you didn't get that one. You didn't get that memo. You didn't get that email. Yeah, they did that.
I don't like that. I'm gonna see what The only problem is a lot of people.
How many people? How many people do you bring up to your live?
At one time, I do a panel each month, and it can
How many people in the panel?
it could be anywhere 6, 8, 10.
And you've had that?
Had what? Have I ever did a panel?
No, 6 to 8 on your panel.
I had 6. Yeah.
Okay, so then maybe it's worth it. I can get up to 10.
But
I know I can get up to 10
about
people.
listen to this though, Simon. What I think about is this: I bring you up to. If you interviewed on my channel, you're getting the watch hours too. You're getting your audience too.
Okay.
But I'm paying $40 a month.
Right. Okay, I got you.
Okay. So this is what so is this we're gonna start thinking about this a little bit more clear. Worth that. I'm not saying charge the content creators for coming on my platform because that's content for me. That's the thing. That's what I'm not saying that. Not by no means.
Right.
So I'll make sure I'm clearing that up just in case it just run through somebody's mind because that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
What I'm saying is that when Queen's Alchemy says support her channel with the Cash App up there. So if like let's see, $40 for 5 times 8. So 8 people gave $5.
Mm-hmm.
Or you follow what I'm trying to say?
I'm following.
Taken care of on that particular thing, but nobody was dropping that. But I ain't gonna complain because guess what? I did make that this time around. I just got to be able to get to $100 to cash it out from YouTube because I got some.
Okay. Okay.
But what I was getting ready to tell y'all, streaming from StreamYard actually is not favorable to YouTube. It will not put you into the algorithm the same way if you stream directly from YouTube.
Okay.
Why is that? Can you explain it, please?
Yes, because it's just like you going to a Honda dealership and they have a couple of Pontiacs on there, a couple of Fords on there, you some used cars.
You're
And
breaking it down. I love it.
right. So and you but Ford is the product. I mean Honda is the product.
Yeah.
Right.
Would you promote if you were the salesperson, would you be promoting that Ford vehicle that's sitting over there as a used vehicle,
The
or would you be
competitor.
promoting the Honda?
Right. You want to buy Honda to support
You're gonna sell
not the
the Honda.
competitor.
Who you work for, that's what you're gonna promote. So
Right.
YouTube is gonna promote their product, not the StreamYard product. That's third
Right.
party.
Third party. Yeah.
They allow you to use this tool, but if you look right next to your thing, it says streamed. But when you run
Right.
a live from your phone, it says mobile or it says whatever the device you use. And you can actually have two people on there at the same time, but you can't have 10.
Right.
So that's
And the main reason why I went to StreamYard first because my interest has never been to monetize, right? But I did want to engage. And with the engagement, I wanted to go live. But when my channel was so small, YouTube doesn't let you go live from YouTube until you have a certain number of people subscribe.
Mhm.
So what I decided to do was I decided to go ahead and cheat and go through StreamYard so I can have a panel from day one. From day one. Now, here's what I'm going to do because my thing is finance. Yay! I'm going to create an LLC under the name of my channel. So expenses like StreamYard will be a tax deduction.
it's going to be a tax deduction, even if you are individual, because you can write it off as a business expense as a individual.
Yeah, that's called doing business as. That's a DBA,
Yeah.
but you don't get the same amount of
No,
deductions.
no. I'm trying to think about how I did my business. My mind is blank right now.
No, that's
You know,
okay.
I was a realtor for forever, and everything was wrote off. My space I used inside my home,
Right.
the so yeah.
Doing business as single LLC, LLC with a partner,
Sole
S
proprietor.
corp, C corp, Inc. Uh,
So I was a sole proprietor.
you were a sole proprietor. You were probably a sole member LLC, so you don't get the deductions that an LLC with a partner
Right. Like
gets.
I use my regular social security number. I didn't have an
Oh, then
EIN.
you were DBA doing business
Okay.
as.
That's what I
Yeah.
did.
So
So you
doing
can still
business
do that.
as,
But I have an LLC, so I'm about to redo all this.
right.
Yeah.
So basically, doing business as, you're paying taxes on everything you earn, and this is not financial advice, but you're doing business. You're paying taxes on everything you earn as if it's income tax, regular income tax.
Mm-hmm.
When you do an LLC, things get a little better, but it gets a little funky because when you whatever comes in through your LLC, you can deduct things that you can't deduct as a DBA, but whatever's left over, you're paying income tax. When you have an S corp, The corporation can hire you. The payments that the corporation makes to you is deductible. If you open up a retirement account for you under your S corp, the contributions for you are deductible. Also, whatever you make, not what the whole company makes, whatever portion you're paid from your S corp,
So everything.
that's what you pay income taxes on, not the whole thing. If you're
Yeah.
LLC, it's the whole thing. But if
Mm.
you're an S corp, it's only the portion that you pay yourself as an employee. Now, as far as the IRS is concerned, you have to pay yourself something reasonable, whatever the hell that means. Okay. So, yeah. I mean, of course, if they decide to scrutinize whatever the hell you're doing, they're going to take into consideration where you live, where your company is. So, where do you live? How much rent do you pay? What are your utilities? All that other stuff. They're going to add all that stuff up. And if your salary ain't keeping up with that stuff, they're going to red flag you. Okay. So, it's got to be something reasonable. Okay.
Yeah.
C corp, that's double tax. Never recommend that. Inc, you have a board. The board makes a salary, and you have to. But when you're a board member, you can receive bonuses in the form of shares of the company. What does that mean? If you sell your shares within a year, you're paying uh, short-term capital gains, which is damn near same as paying income tax. But if you wait a day after a year, you pay long-term capital gains. So you'll go from, depending on how much you make, from paying 28% of taxes down to 15% taxes. Oh my, oh my, I'm giving away too much. But
I'm getting
these,
very excited. I'm getting very,
but
very excited.
these
Yeah.
corporate structures are also ways of protecting your own. You should know this because you were in real estate. It protects it protects you from litigation, right? Um, the ultimate protection is a foundation. You got a foundation, you got so many layers of protection. It's very hard to pierce that veil and get you messed up. Coach, the coach is in that. Coach, you can come up if you want to. Let me put up the thing.
Is
Let me
Coach
put up the
here?
Peace
thing.
and love,
Coach,
Coach.
I only
coach
caught
is
the
right
first
here.
On
half of
all the
the. I only
platforms
caught the first
today.
half
Just
of
come
the.
on and join us.
Yeah, I only caught the
There it
first
is.
half of
There's the sausage link.
It's sausage link.
the.
so yeah, so ways of protecting yourself. Hey, African Queen Noreen in the ladies' dream. Listen, you can come up too. I pinned
I'm
the.
already here. That's me.
That's you.
I'm the African
That
Queen Lorraine. Yes, I am.
what? Okay, there you go, butter. So
Editing, guys. She's editing.
so there are layers of protection.
That's what I'm supposed
Uh
to be doing while y'all got me up here on this.
oh,
You're doing layers of protection on
I
YouTube.
mean, these are things that I had to do. Suggestions that I had to make with my clients when I was a stockbroker,
Mm-hmm.
messing around with the world of finance. Okay, um, helping people set up certain structures so they can get paid and keep their money, right? Because every time I come on my channel, I always say the same thing. It's not how much you make, it's how much you keep that out,
Did
right?
you ever do Primerica?
No. Should I?
You sound like you have.
Like I'm an MLM? Like
Huh?
I've done multi-level marketing? 'Cause that's what they do.
No, it's not. It's not much. Oh, it's not
We
much.
used to service them. The brokerage that I had, we used to service um all their
You sound like them.
huh?
You sound like them.
Yeah, no, we used to service their what do you call it? Their investment aspect, because they got an investment aspect. We used to service them. My brokerage used to service them, along with Citigroup and another one as
Yeah,
well. But
Did you
they
personally
for
service them?
IRAs and Roths and those.
I never did Roths for them.
Right,
The only
because
thing I
because the actual person, the representatives can do Roths
oh okay.
if they
No, we used to.
if they had their series.
There was another we used to do their what do you call those annuities. We used to do their annuities.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. um well, let me tell you something. Those people are marketers. They're trained to what happened? Rising Phoenix, where'd you go? Oh, you're still here. You're still on the panel.
She said she
So,
doesn't know what happens.
oh, okay. So they used to we used to have to attend some of their whatever the hell they call that. What do they call that when they have their big outings at the hotels and whatnot? What do they call that?
Expenditures?
Nah, they used to have these
Oh,
outings. They used to
so America.
yeah.
Oh, I don't remember.
And
I
we
went
had to be there.
to do the financial services. I'm not mad at them. I mean, whatever you want to call it, I'm not mad about it at all. I mean,
Well,
people have made a living and lived off of it for decades. So
okay. So multi-level marketing, right? Multi-level marketing has a point of saturation. Okay. So you'll have members, the initial members that come in, and there will be a point where anything beyond that number of people, they will not be making the type of money that these people claim that they're making. That's the point of saturation. They promise you a whole bunch of stuff, but
it's
the
it's
real marketing,
it's beyond possible, though. I understand what you're saying, but I think it's if you've never gotten to that point, you won't know. I get what you're saying. You're saying it's a saturation point, but I really think if you have not gotten to that point, you will not know that there is a place beyond that.
but guess what? That's the hook. That's the marketing. The product isn't the product isn't the most important market. The most important marketing is getting people in to get to work, because how many hours do these people dedicate for how much pay? And in insurance, in the world of insurance, there's something called a chargeback. Okay?
Yep.
There's something called a chargeback.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is how a chargeback works. If nobody's ever heard this before, I'm going to explain how a chargeback works.
Want me to explain it?
So, yeah, go right ahead. Or you want me to? Listen,
Go ahead and explain.
a chargeback. You sell a policy for whatever it is that you're going to make. Maybe it's $1,000, whatever it is that you're going to make out of that policy. Now, the client has to hold on to that for, I think it's 14 months or something like that, 14, 16 months for you to get the full amount. No? For you to keep
You
the
get,
full amount?
mm-mm, you get paid up front.
The full amount?
You get paid up front. Mm-hmm. Now watch
Okay,
this.
because I don't remember that part. What I remembered was if your
Well, it all depends
policy,
on who are you working. Who are you working for?
no, this is what I've seen. This is what I've seen. I've heard
Okay,
these people
no,
complaining left and right.
I'm a licensed, just like real estate. I'm a licensed insurance agent as well.
Okay,
I've
okay,
been doing this for almost 23 years.
okay.
So what I'm
Hit
telling
it
you, it
then.
depends on who you work for.
Oh, okay.
So right. So, but in most places where you work, if you are selling insurance policies, whether it be auto, home, life, whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
they're gonna pay you your commission, right, up front.
Okay,
So let's
okay.
say that, like you said, it's $1,000 policy, and you get 60%.
It's 1
So
a.m.
that's $600 for you, right?
Okay.
that customer only has to pay one whatever. So if it's a year policy, they only have to pay 1/12 of that premium.
Okay.
The day they fall off, they only pay 6 months. The day they fall off, you're getting charged back the difference of that amount.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at.
Okay.
There's a determined amount of time that they have to hold on to that policy for you to keep what you got.
Well, if it's an annual policy, then yeah. But after that first year, no. After the first year, depending on how it's set up, again, you can continue to get paid off of that same policy when it renews. However,
Oh, wait a minute.
after the renewal, depending on the company, again, I'm going on give you this. After that first renewal, they don't that you get paid, but they don't charge you back if the customer fall off. Now
After a year.
that's only certain companies. Now, if you work in that, let's use State Farm. Let's use State
Right.
Farm. State Farm is going to charge you back in the first year, but you don't even get renewal commission if they renew.
Are we talking about a whole life policy with
Whatever.
okay.
Oh no, the whole life policy is continuation. So you're talking about a continuation policy that continues on that doesn't have a renewal period. So that would be a life product, that would be annuity products, that would be
Right, because I dealt with annuities.
right. So no. So I'm speaking home, auto, motorcycle, boat, RV, things like that. Those kind of policies. But if you're talking life policies, then I've only sold life under Nationwide, and I got paid off of the first. I got paid off of the first sale, and I don't remember what the chargeback was. I wonder it could have been like something like 14 months or something like that. It definitely could have been. And
That's why.
America.
Yeah, that's why when I was talking about insurance, I was talking strictly about life policies because I had to do annuities, so that's attached to a life policy.
Okay. Yeah.
So
you're right.
From the
Could have been. It definitely could have been that.
yeah, because from the life policies that I've been hearing these people complaining about was that if you didn't hold on to that life policy for a determined period of time, and the person let the policy go, you didn't get the full amount of whatever it is that you were supposed to get. Let's say the full amount was supposed to be $1,000, but they gave you 500 up front. For you to get the other 500, they have to go beyond 14 months or something like that. I heard, and then not only that, if they didn't reach that point, you were that 500 that they gave you up front now became a negative, and you had to make up for that with another policy. It was crazy. Whatever the hell they had going on with that was crazy. So people have to keep their policies for long periods of time. And I was doing annuities, but then you have whole life policies with an investment component, which is absolute garbage.
It's trash.
It's absolute garbage because those policies, and I never dealt with that part, but I was curious and I asked, and they explained every year they renewed your policy every year, and as a result of that renewal, you were being charged for the process of renewal as if it was day one, like when they took your blood, they stuck their finger up your butt, whatever the hell they did.
Yeah, and just like you have to keep, if you could actually, people use that as a savings or a savings mechanism, which is really absolutely stupid and redundantly crazy for me. When I thought about the fact that because you have to borrow your own money, and who in the world borrows from themselves? I don't know, because then you have to pay it back with interest, and in addition to that, if you die, if depending on how your policy's set up, they will take what you owed out of the policy and give your family the remainder of it as if you owed yourself the money that you took that they said was yours.
Look, I've been straight up. I've been straight up with anybody who I helped out financially. I am not a fan of life insurance, and I'm gonna explain why.
I'm a
Okay.
fan of life insurance, but I would say go term. And only reason I say that is because you can take term insurance. You can get it for cheap and it can actually leave a legacy if you do it correctly. Because that's how legacy is generated. Typically, it's not a family that already has a finance, it's a family that sets up a finance for the future based on what, because everybody gonna die.
Okay. Now, here is my anti-life insurance spiel. Okay. Who? Okay. Now, if nobody's ever dealt with the insurance world, they have something called what do you call these people that do all the calculations? The
Underwriters?
no, the those are the ones that have the backing. Those are the ones that have the financial backing. But uh the ones that do all the math,
Adjusters.
no, those are the ones that calculate after everything.
Good, good answer. Good
One,
answer.
um, the damn it, what are they, man? These are the guys that do all the math, work out all the probabilities of whether or not you would die within a certain time frame. Taking into consideration the type of lifestyle you have, the type of job you have, where you live, and all that other stuff.
Analytics? I don't know.
No, well, that's what they do. They analyze all this stuff, right?
Yeah, I know what
Because
you're talking. I know who you're talking about, but I don't know the name of it. I don't know.
I forget. Anyway, those people, those are the ones that have determined what the probabilities are of you actually becoming deceased within a certain time frame.
Based on
So,
your health,
and they take all that into consideration. That's why they take your blood, your saliva, hair samples,
not
boogers.
for
They take everything.
not for a term policy.
Okay,
That's
so
what
let's.
I'm telling you.
Okay. But I'm still not sold. Even if it is term, I'm not sold. But I'll tell you why. Uh, what are the probabilities of you actually dying? Somebody who's gonna say, okay, I'm gonna give your family $500,000. You're not gonna have to go through probate. Okay, it's gonna go direct to you. You don't have to pay taxes. That sounds great. But you're gonna lock in for what are the terms for 15, 20 years? What is it?
It all whatever you choose. So,
Okay.
in essence.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna let you know. My children
Mm-hmm.
are children, right? So they're younger than me.
Right.
They all have policies, including the ones that don't even have children or families.
I
They all have
understand.
policies because in their term policies, they're to year 99,
Okay.
but they're terms. A lot of people don't even know that exists. But because they
Well,
got policies in their
how many
20s,
year terms is that?
how many for
How many
them?
years of term? Yeah.
They got them in their 20s. All my children, well, my other children have not spent off. They still have a small policy that's underneath me. But
Okay.
my children themselves have policies.
Okay.
I set those up originally, but when they became, family oriented, it was time for them to pay that themselves, right? So in return, they have this policy. So if anything was to happen to them, guess who's taken care of? My son with
If
his 4 children, right? And
if anything.
hold on. And I mean, but we don't know. Don't nobody
No, you
know. That's
don't.
the point.
But
That's what
I found the
insurance
word.
is altogether. Insurance
I
is
found the word.
exactly that.
I found the
What
word.
What's the word?
What's the word?
Actuaries.
Huh?
Actuaries. Actuaries are the ones in the insurance industry that take in all the information, do all the math to figure out what the probability of you.
Those are whole life policies. If you
They
go,
don't do that for term.
you can go right now. Ryzen can go right on the computer right now and set up a term
Mhm.
policy if she want to.
Okay.
Right now, at this very moment, and nobody's cocking anything because they're not asking any. The only thing they ask you is if you have any, health issues.
Predetermined
You're
health
gonna
issue.
pay more for if you have if you've had a heart attack before, if you have
Okay.
diabetes or high blood pressure, you're gonna pay more
Right.
policy, but you can get the policy. You don't have to go through a blood test
Oh
or
no,
that. But
that's
that
fine.
information is taken into accountability. I understand what
Yes,
you're saying to
you
get the
understand.
rate that they're going to give you because they're
Right.
saying that based on you spending this kind of money, then maybe it's going to cost. It's going to be the higher probability of you dying is higher than that
While
one
you're
for
on the
somebody
policy.
else that is healthier. So therefore, that's why you get your children before they're diagnosed with all the BS of this world because of the diets and the way that the world is set up. You get them to get a policy before they are diagnosed with all the BS. So when they do get diagnosed with the BS, they're still only paying $16 and some change for a $300,000 policy because they were 20 years old when they got it. Do you follow what
Okay.
I'm? And they're going to pay that same rate. It doesn't change. It doesn't move. It's going to stay the same as long as they keep it. So this is the key to what I'm trying to tell you. Is $300,000 going to leave enough money for them to be financially set for the rest of their life? No. But if you teach them how to invest the money, once they receive the money, then they'll know what to do because my children know what to do with the money that's going to come from me when I go to the other side because I already
Don't-
taught them what to do with the money. You're not gonna take the money and go buy no cars and spend it on no BS and go buy a whole bunch of gym shoes and clothes and all. They're not doing that
Well, I
because
commend you for that.
this is supposed to be making it for the next level, right? For the next level. So this is what I want to talk about, Solomon,
If
Yeah.
because we talking about
I
this.
just wanted to make one. I don't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, go ahead.
I'm enjoying everything. One little issue that I've got is just what you were just saying a few minutes ago, about getting into insurance and stuff like that. My brother was fearful. I may have had a nephew, may have had special needs, may have had some medical issues, stuff like that. And he was adamant about, no, he's not going to get it on record as being that way. And he was
Okay.
so scared of that happening. However, he was in need of
Some
special
assistance.
assistance, let's just say special assistance. And the fact that my brother didn't want that happening. What the fuck do you do? You know?
Nothing. It's none of your business. That's your brother and his son.
Okay, so
no, but seriously, and in his
I get what you're
do you
saying.
understand what I'm saying though?
You're saying that he didn't want that recorded on his record that he had anything.
My nephew had issues that should have been diagnosed or something like that, but my brother did not want them
to put that on his record.
on the record, exactly, because then there would be insurance issues and stuff like that.
Even with health insurance, it would be issues. So
Exactly.
I get that, and that's exactly why I was saying you could.
But he didn't get the help.
Put a policy on your brand new newborn baby the moment they come out the womb and say, "Hey, this is the policy," and you can, and that policy can be as much as you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
understand that you have that policy be whatever you want it to be, because soon as that baby is diagnosed, I don't care if they be like that baby had a heart murmur and it was nothing, and it was very minor, and it's on the chart. So if anything, you get a life policy down the line, and you said that no, they never had any type of issues because you forgot about this little heart murmur that was nothing, all it. Soon as you put that on there and say that they didn't have it, and then that person does unfortunately pass away at whatever age, they go back and pull that record from that heart murmur.
Oh yeah,
little bitty, from back when they
pull record up. When I took I was talking about this on another panel that we had. I took the ASVAB test, which is the military assessment test, because I was going to join the Army, and they wouldn't even take me in because they thought I was suicidal because of a police report that was made. And it was a incident where my girlfriend at the time, I was 16 or 17 years old, threatened. We were in a breakup, and she was threatening to kill herself. I called the police. She grabbed a razor blade, pulled it out. I just called the police, held her down, and they misread the report and said that I was suicidal. And I understand that causes a chain reaction. Once that little report is put into your record, that's it. That's done for the rest of your life, you know? And I understand that. That's just why I was making that little statement. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you just don't want anything. You don't want anybody documenting anything about you that is not.
But now at the same time, I understand. However, I do feel that my nephew needed help. However,
are there ways of getting help without having to have that on his record, or is the constraint a financial one? And in order to get him the help that he needs, or that he thinks he needs,
it wasn't financial.
Does he need financial?
Does
he need financial help? If he doesn't need financial help to take care of his son, then don't get it on his record, and just pay out of the pocket.
What you're saying,
pay out the pocket.
Exactly.
But if you pay out of pocket, the documentation at the doctor's office.
However, my nephew suffered because he didn't get the medical treatment.
So if they're not gonna keep it off his record, if he has to go to a professional, they're gonna document it.
Period.
Exactly. And
because they gotta cover their ass. They gotta protect their license.
Of course they do. So my brother didn't want it on record. And guess what? My nephew's the one that suffered.
I don't know what to tell you in that case.
Yeah, it's sad. It's freaking sad. It's what I can tell you.
I've seen it with a family member who suffers from depression. I've seen it with a family member who suffers from depression, and they did not want to go on record as suffering from depression.
Exactly.
So that at some point in time in the future, they were able to adopt a child in the event they weren't able to have a child. And we're talking about somebody who was bad. Their depression was clinical. It was bad, but they didn't want it on their record because they wanted to be able. Because if you try to adopt a child and you have depression on your record, you ain't adopted nothing.
Yeah.
So they did everything they could.
On your record, you ain't adopting.
They wound up having a child, so now they're able to get medication, so their situation is better. But what did you want to tell me, Queen? You were going to say something before Brandon. No, you don't remember?
Before I interrupted, I'm sorry.
Brandon.
Okay.
Be good.
So, So here's how I resolve my issue with non-life insurance. No, you know what? Let me rephrase that.
I don't want to cut you off, and I know you're having a great conversation, and this is what I was going. Oh, I know what I was going to say. I think that I do collective builds,
Okay.
and it's truly around health and wellness. But I feel like financial awareness is definitely something to do with being financially aware and being up to abreast to how things work. Can be something that deals with like your mental health and also
Mm-hmm.
the health of your finances.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm always spinning that health thing around. I even do the health
Mm-hmm.
of YouTube channels,
Mhm.
right? So
Right. Right.
uh,
That's why you're
I,
mean.
I want to say to you that that panel that I was telling you about that I do most of the time it's about health and wellness. I only did it once. I'm having another one coming up the 24th. It's going to definitely be health and wellness, but it's going to be about physical health and wellness. I do plan on doing with financial. I would love to have you on the panel,
Oh,
but
thank you.
tonight I am going to bed
No.
because I am really, really, really tired, and I don't like the fact that I did not do in my editing like I should have, and I've been really
Oh,
on the screen with you guys tonight.
sorry about that.
But I had to
Sorry.
come up. I was not gonna not come up. One, Solomon, you my new friend, and Brandon is my old friend. Brandon has been my true supporter uh, for a minute ever since we connected. About
Yes, I
30 days
agree.
about 30 days ago.
It's not been long. No, you're a
Whoa.
new friend. You're a new
But it
friend to
feels
That's a
me.
but it feels like it's been forever, don't it?
long-term relationship,
With
you guys.
everything that's been
Wow.
going on, yeah.
I do. I mean, but Brandon, I mean, he shows up so much that it felt like he's been around forever. I know it's been about 30, close to 30 days. Brandon is a true supporter. Like he
True
there.
supporter. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Yep. So I couldn't miss the opportunity to come up here and hang out with Brandon.
Listen, I appreciate you coming up.
And you too,
And
Sol.
Phoenix too. What?
Yeah, I'm gonna show up.
Yeah. And then me and Ryzen, we go way back.
I didn't know that.
You guys,
31
oh,
days?
wait a
What?
minute.
31
Wait,
days?
What maybe
whoa.
31 days now?
Stop everything. You guys are friends?
Yes,
Oh, Ryzen. Oh, 100.
I
yes.
didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yes, yes.
My memory's shit, first off. Right off the bat. I can tell you that. But
Oh yeah. Oh
you
yeah.
know.
We got a different kind of history.
Hey,
Yeah.
That's all
I'm
right.
not jealous or anything, but Brandon and I are friends. Ain't that right, Brandon?
Brandon
Ooh.
said he didn't know you.
100%.
What?
He saw you passing out sausage links and decided to come up and
The
click on the
sausage links!
No. I think I've got a picture of me holding his salami or
Oh!
I'm gone. I'm gone.
we had a few salami pictures
Y'all got the right
exchanged.
one on the panel right now because Ryzen can get with y'all with this.
I think Ryzen already saw me dancing with my thongs on backwards.
I
Is that
did.
right? You
I
I
haven't seen
missed
that
did.
that.
yet?
But I'm gonna
That was
catch
the
the
last part of
replay.
the interview,
I didn't
right?
shave. I didn't shave.
Say it
I'm
again.
gonna
Um,
catch the replay. I'm gonna catch the replay. Ooh,
catch the replay
y'all got me
of
dropping
me
stuff.
dancing with my thongs on backwards. But I'm gonna shave next time, so don't
She
hate the
don't want to
player.
dream of that.
I
She
am
did not want to
out,
dream.
y'all.
I actually sleep to that. I put it on like a loop and
Don't hate the
just
player. That's all
Solomon
I'm saying.
Oh my
song
goodness.
backwards,
Hate the game.
doing his thing.
Listen, I'm supposed to be delivering in the morning at 7:30.
Yeah,
So
You
exactly.
Yes,
gotta
sir.
go. You gotta go. You gotta go, bud.
And I work
Jackson
right here.
Beaver
I
Lake.
work on the plantation right here. So,
Oh,
and I still
I'm
want to.
sure Jackson is 100% of the 120 comments that I walked into tonight.
Jackson, y'all should be thanking Jackson because the chat rate makes a difference on this.
Yes,
no,
exactly.
Jackson Beaver Lake is awesome. He and I
Beaver Lake.
I like Jackson. He gets a little
Yeah.
inappropriate from time to time.
I don't know
I
what
need that in my life.
here,
And
but
Oh,
I'm lighting up this
For me or
it's all
Solomon to
in
say
fun.
that is
I need an appropriate in my life. I need it.
that's why you got me, buddy.
I'm out, y'all. Have a good night. Peace and
You have a
Thanks,
love.
great
Brandon.
night,
Hey,
Queen.
stay fresh. And what is it? The 24th? Like next week, 24th?
Yeah, next is my next
I don't even
next
know.
collective bill. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I
So
gotta. I'm glad I said that because now I really need to get up. That's what else I was supposed to be doing. See, I'm not. I gotta take care of my business. I cannot be
oh
hanging.
Lord have mercy.
Admit,
Okay. Listen, stay
I'll
Queen,
fresh,
send out
y'all.
emails today.
take care,
Stay
guys.
fresh. Jackson, thank you, man. Thank you for being
Peace.
inappropriate. I love you for that. And thanks everybody at Salted Fishing.
Rises.
Thank you so
Love you.
much. Thanks for
Thank you
coming
for
on.
having me.
Listen, Phoenix, you have the key. So you don't even have to ask. You get in here, you just put the key in the
Thank
hole,
you.
and you just come on in. Coach,
Thank
you
you.
already know. You same deal with you. Whenever you show up, if you feel like coming up on the panel, don't hesitate. You got the key. Just put the key in the hole and turn it.
I'm a
Just
little
turn it.
intimidated when she comes in. She takes the
Question.
stage. You
Ooh,
know.
Queen Mean?
And you got
Nah, bro.
lyrical acrobatics as your topic, so I had to throw some lyrics for Brandon because
Woo!
he
Oh,
knows his music.
what's happening?
Don't sweat
He
the
got you.
technique.
Oh,
We
oh!
got. I saw that lyrical acrobatics. We know about some music.
I love you, Helen.
Wow.
Thank you
So
so much.
please have us again.
All day, every day, guys.
All
Anytime this
right.
Solomon
live is
Helen hosting to
activated,
everybody.
I
That's why I
do my
love it.
lives. I do my lives on the stream and StreamYard, and I can get up to 10 people on the panel. So whenever you all come in, if you see 5, 6 people, don't you hesitate. Just like I said, put that key in the hole, turn that.
Okay.
Hey, turn it.
All right. I'll be there.
Damn, I look
I'll be
crazy doing that.
there.
All right.
I'll be
All
there.
right. Hey, y'all. Thanks
All right.
again, everybody. Thanks so much. Jackson, you're part of the family. Salty Fish, thank you for coming up. Coach Bean, your family. You're all family up in here. Stay fresh, keep it moist and profitable.
Moist.